like there's probably about what 10,000 people under there.
Maybe.
There's not.
It looks way bigger. That's what's that called? Archaeologies.
I don't know. Anyway, let's get started. Good afternoon, folks. Yeah. Welcome to Smudcast number 296. Here we're looking at Abby Shapiro loves Bioshock and Red Dead 2. This is all in caps for some reason. How conservatives don't understand video games. I didn't know whoever Abby Shapiro is speaks for all conservatives, but I don't know how anyone can make that claim. We're going to find out. Guess what? This is a Kavernacle video. Why in God's name we're doing another, I don't know, but we are, so.
Well, you get so fast. So it was just last week, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was enough for the year. We were good.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. It was just a chance to talk about Red Dead 2 and Bioshock because I'm tired of anime and Star Wars.
I didn't think it would be voted so quickly. I just threw it up there, and everybody wanted it.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I was surprised.
All I said was everyone vote B. Next thing I thought no one would listen to me. Next thing I noticed, oh my god, they're all voting B. Oh dear.
Yeah,
it gave me
19 votes for it.
The
like
Bioshock
Jesus.
games.
Oh god. Anyway, this came out.
They were collecting dust in my Steam library.
Oh really? Jeez, go play them. This came out last week on the 21st, and it has about 12,000 views. And it's a 31-minute video. This will take some time. I don't even know if we're going to get through it all because we don't want to. At least I don't want to. So it's good enough for the show. But yeah, God, this is going to be another, just every word out of this guy's mouth is just going to be, oh my God, dude.
You got your beer ready?
But you know that you are running a masochist podcast.
I'm running a masochist? Masochist, sorry.
Masochist, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I'm good at this. This is the thing I'm good at. And this guy is not worth, like, we sit there and is nothing interesting to say. He's going to keep talking about how bad Andrew Ryan is, or I don't know, something about characters in a video game.
Oh, he's going to talk about Leviticus Cornwall, and he's going to talk about Milton and stuff. But
Milton?
how bad they are, and, like Agent Milton from the Pinkerton agency.
Oh,
yeah, he's one of the bad guys.
Okay,
that guy.
All right.
Yeah, who at the start is perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. It's only after he starts getting more gung ho as the story goes along, but he goes beyond what he should be doing. So.
Right.
He was also terrible. He was also terrible at his job because he kept giving Dutch and his gang advance notice. Like, we're coming to get you in about 4 hours. It's like, okay, thanks for the warning.
He did walk into their camp in chapter 3 and goes, I'm just here for you, Dutch. Everyone else can go because I'll be back here in 3 days' time. All right, we'll be gone by then. Cheers, thanks. Bye.
Yeah, and that's why he got killed, because he's a fucking moron.
Well, that does change in chapter 5 when he goes, I'm going to give you the count of 5 to come out of your hands up. Oh, you know what? Anyway, just start shooting.
Yeah.
But anyway.
So I don't know who Abby Shapiro is. I don't know what the big deal is. Why he thinks
Ben Shapiro's sister.
Yeah.
Oh, he has a sister, really?
Yeah, she looks like good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Khazar milkers.
Who? What?
Yeah.
Khazar milkers.
Big juju boobas.
Oh. Okay. I do like
Honka the Israelis.
I do like the attempts at photoshopping. You see the outline. The white gradation outline, which is followed by a black gradation outline. And he did that on the left side, it was only maybe 5 pixels. I'm guessing the one in the middle is 20 pixels, and the one on the right is like 15. I guess he was having fun in Photoshop and he just moved them around and made a thumbnail. I was like, okay.
Can I just say something? Arthur Morgan. I'll tell you something, if I was gay, look at that man.
Okay.
You would do him?
Yeah, I'd do it. You could do me.
You're just attracted to your beard so much. When you see another man's, that's a nice beard too. I wish I could have that beard.
Yeah, that is true, Smud. Yes.
So who's the girl in that situation?
Honestly,
Would it be you?
Yeah, I'd wear a skirt.
You're all right,
yeah.
girl. Easy,
All right,
girl.
Easy, girl.
Okay, anyway, let's get started here. Here's Joe Crazy. Abby, I like this game. Kavernacle, how dare you? Yeah. That's
How dare you
much...
like something I like? You are not allowed to like what I like. You are of the opposite tribe, so you have to hate what I like.
Just be thankful we're not watching them talk about Metal Gear, okay?
But it's full of history.
Metal Gear Cowboy with a history.
the history of socialism is in Metal Gear Solid. Like, what the fuck?
How?
I learned about socialism by playing Portable Ops and Peace Walker. Like, no, you didn't. No.
And it reminded me of the Islamic side.
Does this symbol look like an Islamic?
God, no.
Yeah.
Please stop. No more.
Maybe yes, definitely.
Possibly, maybe yes, but also no.
But fuck yeah.
Yeah, that was fascism. Is Halo fascism? Oh, fuck yeah! Like, holy jeez, calm down.
Yeah, calm down. Anyway, is Halo fascist? Yeah, shooting gun. You're like, okay, this is a really weird way to end the video.
Okay. Anyway, back to our backwards hat wearing,
scheduled,
beard holding, orange chocolate ball pyramid keeping socialist communist fellow, the Kavernacle.
Uni student who quit his job. In the height of a pandemic, he quit his job.
Would you subscribe to my Patreon?
Very, very big.
Oh, by the way, I quit my job. Anyway, I need more people paying for Patreon to pay my rent. Well done.
Anyway, let's go.
And even people like...
How the hell did we get to 23 minutes, guys? What the...
Whoa.
I don't know why we got 23 minutes. No.
There we go.
Option number 3
we're almost done.
We don't finish this game, and we move on to another game. So let us know what you guys think. Also, let us know if there are other games that you think we should be playing. And
throw things in the hopper. But remember, it's all about flexing on the left and demonstrating what conservatism is in some way. So Bioshock...
What the hell is flexing on the left in a video game?
I told you before we started.
Weird flex, kiddo.
It's a video. What is it, like some video game out there? The left sucks. They are horrible people, and then they shoot some guy off to the camera.
Well, it's
diversity. Dab on them.
It's probably because it doesn't. He's probably saying it because it doesn't show the left as this ultra amazing, perfect thing.
It's just a weird way to phrase it, though.
Yeah, he cites Bioshock.
Yeah, but Bioshock does do that as well.
Yeah,
but what I'm saying is it's one of those things where the lefties just look at the capitalism bad, but they never look at the other nuances in it, because Andrew Ryan also hates communism. As everyone knows with his speech, the man in Washington and the man in Moscow.
Yeah, but he hates America just as much.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is because Bioshock is one of those things where it tries to keep in the middle. The lefties always look at what's bad about the right, and the rest of us go, yeah, but it's on both sides. So that's why we say at least it flex. I'm going to use the word flex for some reason because they're using it. It's weird, but at least it flexes.
Because I'm with the young lingo, right?
Yeah, I'm with those young kiddly wackle dickles. I don't care. Anyway, flexing on the left. At least it does that, and at least it doesn't show left-sided views as like perfect and the right way to go. That's probably what he means.
I hope he means that.
We'll find out. I don't know. This I've never heard of these people. I've never heard of this show. Mm-hmm. Whatever. Here's Joe.
And I'm sure Kavernacle is gonna make it one-sided so it can support all his views and arguments.
Yeah. I only knew Abby existed. I had no idea if she did stuff online.
Yeah.
Of course you can do stuff online. You've got a brother like Ben.
Well,
his wife's a doctor.
That's all we know about Ben. Here's Joe Crazy again. Hawk, spit on my face and give me TB, Arthur Sama. Oh my god.
Well, yeah.
Jesus. I don't know if that's who's that for.
I got TV.
Here's EC Cons. Thank you. I finally beat the most Espa race level on the original Lego Star Wars 2005. Oh wow!
Congratulations!
Cool.
That's cool. I don't.
Cool.
Was that hard?
No.
I have no idea. Is that good? Is that bad?
No, it's the
I
easiest race
think
in the
so.
game.
It was fucking stupid.
Okay. Thank you for announcing that to chat. That's awesome. Bravo. Keep up the good work. Go on to the next level. Tell us how you're doing. Okay. Let's go.
Real MVP there.
Just remember that one little thing you've done is more than Kavernacle will ever do in his entire life. So, good on you, kiddo.
Well,
Fuck, you're so based.
So long as Lego Star Wars didn't teach you the nature of like limestone construction in ancient Rome or something weird like that. That's then you're fine.
Lego Star Wars taught me about the construction of Jamestown and how its proto-communist ways completely collapsed due to CIA interference.
Was that one of the side quests, Hawk?
Hmm?
Was that one of the side quests in the game?
I would love to see a game, a creator so far up their own ass, every side quest they have to teach like some aspect of what they learned in university that they don't use. It's like, I learned about ancient medieval history. I got to teach that to my gamer friends. Like, no, you don't.
The problem is everything
My
that's taught
gamer friends.
especially in UK universities and schools. Once you actually start reading up, it's all wrong. It's so blatantly wrong.
Really scary stuff you can put in games as usually as optional stuff or as to flesh it out, like the Pharaoh games did, for example. You could just play the game and just enjoy playing Pharaoh. You could also read the info boxes for all the buildings and learn a damn lot about old Egypt.
Yeah.
All right.
Cool. So if you're into archaeology and all that fun, very very fun stuff, yeah, you can put that stuff into games. You can make them educational.
Like
there needs to be an optional element.
Like slaughtering people with ballistas and how it penetrates the skull at certain 115 miles per hour and launches itself across 200 meters. And, yeah, it's great. Great fun. All right. Anyway. One more, and we'll get going. Mariner 1712. Next Smud game night needs to be Lego Star Wars, the complete collection with the 6 films. Is there a multiplayer option?
There are 6 Lego films of Lego Star Wars?
Well,
yeah.
I think it's
two-player,
but I don't know if there's more.
If there is a multiplayer game, tell me about it. I will install it. If it's free, even better. I just installed Destiny 2. I'm going to be looking at other games that are free and multiplayer. If you guys want to hop on, just tell me. We'll do it. We'll have a game night. No problem. Anyway.
How is Destiny 2?
It's pretty. It's redundant. It's I swear I've done the same level 3 times. I played for about an hour and a half. I played the same level 3 times. Like, why am I going back to this level again?
Are you playing Warframe and think you play Destiny?
I want to play Warframe. I've seen it. It looks great. And I love all the different kinds of units you can get. So I really want to try it out. But Destiny 2 just looks good. I put on max settings. It's fine. It looks great. I just don't know what the heck. Like, why am I here again? I don't get it. Weird stuff. And it's all random loot. And I don't understand the loot system because I have all these guns. They only have 2 kinds of ammo, or 3 kinds of ammo. I'm like, what the hell? A sword has ammo? Why? I don't know.
What?
Because a sword has ammo because
everyone
knows you have to reload your sword.
I don't. It's a heavy weapon essentially. There's 3 styles of weapons. There's your primary, secondary, and your tertiary. Tertiary are heavy weapons, and some enemies drop swords. And you're like, oh, cool, a sword. And
is it a carpet knife where the tip is chipping off?
I don't know. I don't understand the lore at all. There's no option.
They changed it from the first one, didn't they?
They have the light and the darkness, which is like, oh, so original. They have some sort of currency system. I don't know what the hell that is. And there's the Traveler, I think, from the first game. With the big.
They have Nathan Fillion.
Oh yeah, they do. I have no idea. I haven't paid attention.
I'll be honest with you. I don't know anything about Destiny. I wasn't interested at all in it. I just completely ignored it.
You never played the first one?
Nope, completely ignored it and ignored the second one. I was like, yeah, whatever.
Just so you guys know, I have played other looter shooter games, so it's not my thing.
Yeah, you've not come in from Monkey Island and then go, well, let's just try Destiny.
Yeah, I'm not some like 1980s adventure game player going, oh, let's play a first-person shooter. I've never tried those before. No, I was a gamer in the 90s and after that, so I've been playing games all my life. I have played looter shooters before. It's just meh. I have not played Anthem, so I do have that to my name. I haven't done something.
That's a positive.
You never played Anthem? Thank God.
Yeah, might want to avoid that one, Smud.
Yeah, heard some.
It ruins the
things.
loading immersion.
Well, plus they've given up on it too.
Yes, true.
Oh, have they?
Yeah.
That's
well. Now supposedly they want to do Anthem 2.0. Like they want to work on the next iteration.
2.0.
No, they don't. No.
Yeah.
That won't happen.
Didn't they give up
we
on
haven't even had 1.0.
I thought they gave up on Anthem 2.0.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't been keeping track.
No, I don't care what Bioware.
Anyway, let's keep going. let's get going with the Kavernacle. Joe Crazy, Lego Star Wars is just a 2-player game. Oh well, I guess I can't do that. Oh well, it's too bad. All right, one more. Mariner 7012. Star Wars DroidWorks is a very underrated edutainment game built on a modded DF2 engine. Sadly, hasn't been released by GOG. DroidWorks. Interesting.
It sounds familiar.
I've never heard of it. Anyway, thanks for that interesting little bit of information on these edutainment games, which I only remember playing when I was a kid, but other than that, I haven't really touched them. But if you creative guys out there want to make an edutainment game that is, I don't know, about impaling the enemies of ancient Egypt with a ballista or horse archers, I mean, cool. Go for the physics. Go for the realism. I'm there for mathematics, baby. Let's do it. Okay.
Natural way to do that. Red Dead Redemption 2 with its themes of like, the oppression of the individual by the encroachment of society with a very like Joker movie form of like, we move into society stuff. That's also a great opportunity to flex on the left and demonstrate conservatism. So just anything that fits that theme is potential. So please, opine, throw something our way.
A lot of you enjoyed my series where we looked at various entertainment mediums that conservatives often didn't understand.
I never enjoyed anything.
Popular videos is looking at conservatives who think Metal Gear Solid is like a conservative game, and also Abby Shapiro.
Can we?
When clearly it's about socialism.
Can we just laugh at anyone who thinks the Metal Gear Solid games is some political Master Chief world of amazing storytelling? Can we just stop that? It's not. It's not.
Not smart.
No, everything you gotta think about the nuance.
So everything must be on a particular side. So it must be either socialist or some flavor of conservative.
I don't mind when people project
and
things.
If it's not socialist, then it must be conservative and therefore be overcome.
I don't mind when they project things. I don't like when they come to conclusion. It must this projection I've just created must be the truth. It's like, no, have fun in your own little mind. But I don't think Kojima gives a flying crap what the hell he's talking about with the American president and all these other characters in politics to have some deeper meaning. If you were trying to tell me the past, 70 years have been controlled by a bunch of AI where computers haven't been invented yet, there's something wrong with you.
But smart. We went to the moon, maybe. We couldn't do that. That's not possible with just basic calculator technology.
Oh, yeah.
That requires super space alien technology.
They did have a 300 baud modem. I do know that on the spaceship. That's about it.
He also had a big ass fucking rocket as well. But
Yeah.
That helps getting to the moon.
Calculus, what's that? Oh, leave it to a computer. They'll figure it out. Okay.
The Earth is flat, right?
Anyway.
Well, I haven't checked.
If it's flat, and Karl Marx is an intelligent person, so.
Oh yeah, Marxism good.
Anyway.
All right, let's have a look.
If you ever read the Communist Manifesto and do not come to the conclusion that this is absolute abhorrent horse shit, you can only be a 15-year-old in the rebellious phase against his or her parents. It's the only situation where I can imagine people buy into that.
Oh dear. Oh, enough about communism. Get on to Red Dead. I want to find something interesting. Let's go.
And horse shit.
Streaming themselves playing Bioshock on a live stream series which is touted to expose how progressivism is ruining video games. I'm not joking.
Correct.
Well, that is
today,
true.
Yes.
What I thought I'd do for you all, and if any of you guys know me, it's that I absolutely hate watching like right-wing garbage. I just can't stand it.
That Kavernacle, we are of the same mind.
Kavernacle, the feeling is mutual.
Oh, wow.
I hate watching any right-wing or left-wing garbage. It's the same thing to me. I don't care who's saying it.
Yeah.
You're all full of shit.
You don't like those Hallmark movies?
Now, if you could say, I love watching. I don't know if his left-wing guys play video games or stream. I love watching Vosh play Metal Gear Solid. Okay, really? You do?
Oh my god, yeah.
When he rides the horse, is that your favorite part? And he has the horse shit on cue with the shit button. You like that part?
You know, when you ride a horse, you're stealing the horse means of production.
No. Don't say horse and Vosh in the same sentence. Whatever again.
There is literally a shit button for the horse in MGS5.
Horse
I love horse.
You're literally oppressing the horse with your weight.
Could you imagine Vosh playing Red Dead? He must have got real fucking excited for that.
Oh my god! Don't tell Vosh.
Because the horse's balls shrink in the snow as well. I bet if he was playing, he'd be like staring, going, "Yeah, it's doing it."
Oh no, I make the
That's
connection.
my boy.
I had already repressed the thing about Vosh and horses. Oh god.
Oh my boy.
You're my boy. Good boy.
Here's Cool Man 229.
Here's a
MGS is a mixed series with both good and bad stories. Really, really dumb bad stories. Yeah, some of the stories are really good. Which one? But some of them are complete travesties, like MGS4. Yeah, I think they're all like that. They're all bad. There's some great characters, and then there's Power Rangers. So, I mean, it happens.
Whoa. All right.
Yeah, I mean, I've never actually played a Metal Gear.
That's okay.
Game.
Don't worry about it. That's good. You're fine.
I don't worry about it. In fact, I sleep perfectly fine. But everything that I see of it, it's just like, oh, this just seems like a bit of fun. So when I hear like people like Kavernacle start putting politics into it, I'm like, why? What? Why are you doing this? This is not the game for that. This is not the game for these things.
Here's Mike Testa. Horse poop cleanup game. No boys allowed. JonTron? What?
Oh, the irony is, there's actually a mini game in Red Dead 2 where you clean up horse crap.
Yeah. Bosch must have really loved that too.
I kid you not. It's
oh boy.
Come on, Jack. We need to clean up the horse poop.
Oh yeah.
You gotta clean up the horse poop for socialism. Come on, Mike. You gotta clean up horse shit.
We're part of the patriarchy.
Anyway, back to whatever he was talking about.
It's like melt.
Oh my god, how many? Oh no, he's only got
like
6.
3 hours of them live streaming Bioshock just for this video, so please give me some credit, like the video.
Oh, you watched a thing for 3 hours.
Oh, you poor soul.
Hold on.
Wow.
Hold on. You just watched.
You want a little B sticker in your homework book?
He gets a trophy.
So you watched 3 hours and
does Smudcast have a trophy to give this guy? He watched a conservative play a video game for 3 hours. Oh my god.
Yeah, don't worry, Kavernacle. We're gonna give you your gold star.
What a trooper.
Wow, give him a participation award.
Here's Mike testing.
He did a real good joke, man. That was so dark.
Again, it's a reference to his bootleg Disney video. JonTron is a bootleg Disney video? Okay.
Alright, okay.
I did not know these things. Anyway.
Kavernacle, do you have any idea how hard it is for people who do actually give a try to critically think for themselves, to watch either both the conservative religious bullshit and your socialist religious bullshit? It's the same crap. It just has a different skin draped over it. And then Adam and Sid just last Sunday covered a 2-hour video about your lefty race theory. 2 hours. They went on about it for 11 hours. They EFAB'd it. And it's just painful.
Yeah.
Like you people are religious zealots. You have no knowledge, you only have faith. You believe that you have the divine truth, and you sound exactly like religious fanatics. And race theory. You have a fucking race theory. How are you not like the Nazis? Just please explain it to me, because nobody does. You just say, "Oh, how dare you compare socialism to Nazism? That's so dumb. You're so dumb." Now, give me an actual argument. Give me an actual argument how they're really notably different. Fucking racist genociders.
It's kind of like when you have the word race in your sentence of a topic, of a thing that you've invented. You might be a racist. I don't know, just maybe when you're talking.
Yeah, maybe.
Just maybe. Not always, but it's possible.
If you judge your worth as a person and the worth of other people by what race they belong or that you ascribe to them, you might be a racist. It doesn't matter whether you add the stupid power and privilege sticker onto it. You're still just a racist. It's just an racist. That's all.
I love the frame, by the way, that we stopped.
I realize he's not wearing his hat. Look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does have hair.
I know. He's balding.
Here is Mariner1712. Hey now, Power Rangers in space is actually amazing. I'm not trying to bash Power Rangers.
Thank you.
I'm saying there is actually a character called the Fury in Metal Gear Solid 3 who goes into space after you defeat him somehow, and he disappears.
I don't know, Smud. I think you're racist against Power Rangers because they're colors, right?
If you're
people of color,
you're
If you're against the Power Rangers, you're racist because you're clearly against the Power Rangers because of the Black Ranger. If you're for the Power Rangers, you're clearly racist because of the White Power Ranger.
He was also the superior Power Ranger as well, like it should be.
See, I was thinking it was the gay pride flag, right? The colors.
No, they don't have brown. There's no brown ranger. And we now have brown on rainbow, which is totally
brown ranger
color that you have on the rainbow.
God, that sounds so weird. The Brown Ranger.
What's your power? What's your sword? It's a giant poop smiley. Oh god.
I oxidize iron, therefore I'm brown. Okay. Tyler Preston, EFAP fan, only 3 hours. You're a scrub. Oh, okay.
Yeah, this 3 hours is pathetic.
Anyway, let's
The
go.
pool sometimes does them accidentally.
Yeah.
Or something for exposing myself to this. It was so hard. Like I sat in front of my computer and being like, I've got to watch it. I've got to press
Oh no,
play.
something that didn't
Thankfully,
agree with
as I
your
went
nonsense.
on, I sped it up, put subtitles on. I paid attention the whole time. I didn't have to listen to it as much. But yes, very, very trying.
I paid
And
attention, but I
sadly,
didn't listen.
For 3
Okay.
hours of Bioshock, apparently exposing how progressivism ruins games, the political commentary was actually quite lacking. But we did find some good stuff. We also found that apparently that they think Red Dead Redemption 2 has like a conservative message. I don't know what planet these guys live on. So today what we're going to do is look at what they talk about with Bioshock
be
and then
since you don't know
debunk
what
basically what they're saying about Red Dead 2 as well. So today's video is brought to you by Ground News. You guys will know I like to reference and cite various different articles in my videos. And you'll often see me analyse the political biases or slant these outlets have to see if we can totally trust what they're reporting. If you aren't from, a journalism or academic background like myself, it can often be hard.
He has.
That's not academic either. You're a pseudo-intellectual activist. A propagandist is not a journalist, and a pseudo-intellectual is not academic.
Yeah, hold on. So he's a journalist and academical background, but he's also a historical graduate.
Yeah, I also have an academical background. I was in elementary school.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Your journalistic background and everything like that, right? So, did you learn journalism in university? Because if that's so, then you couldn't have done history. So, what is it? Are you a history grad or are you a university?
I think he just listed the two and just meant to say academic. Means for himself the academic, and just listed the journalist as for other people. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's still either way he's a dunce in evil. Mr. I got socialist history from Metal Gear Solid. Like what the hell?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's a history grad.
Kids group. Yeah, he's a history grad.
That's a history grad, and he says he got his history from Metal Gear Solid.
Yeah,
dude, you're nothing. You're a joke.
Well, is he a history grad, or was it he did history and then did human relations or something? He kept changing his story, which is why I know he's just talking bullshit. He probably just did.
Maybe the game printed out his diploma.
Mm. He's not a journalist, and he's got no journalistic background whatsoever. Because if he thinks watching a stream is being a journalist, then fucking I'm Channel 5 News here. Just bang, bang, bang,
Yeah.
Here is Gaia Rai. He doesn't go into space. He gets delusional and explodes. Okay, sorry. Whatever. Yeah, I guess you're right. I don't care.
Yeah, but if you can't claim anything, journalistic background, journalistic integrity, or anything, or standards, and then claim that you have to see everything through the lens, through the filter of socialism. Of left-wing stuff, that things are only trustworthy sources if they spout the left-wing bias and left-wing propaganda and left-wing interpretation. That's not journalism. That's your in-group church newspaper that reports everything under the lens of your Christian church, for example, and then judges everything by that standard. That's not objective. That doesn't have the goal to be objective. It has the goal to be propagandist and activist. Journalism is devoid of that. Tries to be as much as possible. The ultimate perfection is not achievable. That's impossible. That is simply impossible by definition, by virtue of us being humans. But it's the goal. and the path is the goal. You aim yourself towards that goal in order to minimize any partisanship, any bias. For people who claim to be against biases, you are full of them, and you want everyone to share your biases. That's the in-group delusion. The in-group delusion assumes that, oh, our in-group has no biases. We just know we are perfectly correct, so everyone should just do what we do and think like what we think. But that is in itself the worst of bias. That is extremist, cultist, brainwashed bias. That's not objective. When something's objective, it will burn everyone. It will criticize everyone equally. And something that cannot be criticized is not critically thinking, is not mature, and certainly is not objective in any way. But these people reject objectivity in the first place, that it can even be a thing, that there is objective truth anywhere in the universe. And for them it's just about power. So it's just about imposing your personal truth or your narrative or your ideology on anything. Because in their eyes, that's what everyone else is doing. In their eyes, there is no objective truth, so it's just competing narratives and competing realities against one another. So all they do, as a conclusion of that, is we need to impose our delusional faith reality onto everyone, and then we can have utopia. That's basically that.
All right.
That's why they're fine with lying all the time. But yeah, I think I'm done. I got a bit lost on the way.
All right, we're good. Let's go.
That's fine.
It can be hard to tell what outlet slants which way, and how this might overall affect their coverage of a story. So this is why I'm excited to partner with Ground News, an app that makes staying informed and staying generally sane really, really easy. So Ground News is a news comparison platform that will show you how the big news stories are being covered by multiple sources. And it gives you the full story, enabling you to make your own conclusions. It has this really interesting blind spot feature that enables you to identify news that isn't being covered by sources in your bubble, helping you to see stories you wouldn't otherwise see. You guys know I'm a big proponent of being taught critical thinking and media literacy.
You are unable to critically think. You are unable of critical thinking.
Critical thinking, really? And you're going to criticize Bioshock because it has Ayn Rand objectivism in it.
The whole point is he is in favor of critical theory and critical race theory. And critical theory calls itself that to appeal to the uninitiated, to the naive and ignorant as, oh, this means critical thinking, right? When critical theory is the opposite of critical thinking. Critical theory, which leads into all this other shit, is the basis, is in its core faith. It has already mapped out the world. It has already it has its stated truth. It simply defines things as oppressors and oppressed, and there we go. There's no thinking involved. It's just accepting faith. It's like getting the Bible study in your little church group or any other religion that operates in that way, where you are only having a conversation when everybody is already on board with the foundational dogma that everything in the literature that is connected to this critical theory stuff and critical race theory stuff is true. So any conversation about that is only in favor of it. That's not critical thinking. Critical thinking would test it to the bone and to the breaking. But that's not allowed because that's called reactionary.
Yeah.
That's what heretics do.
I know he's a liar with that, because when we offered him an olive branch to talk about stuff, he just insulted us completely. and fobbed us off. So he's not interested in talking. He's just.
Well, he's not interested in the truth. He's not interested in knowledge. He's interested in espousing whatever is in his brain that he thinks is right or good or true.
But the thing is, but it's also the fact that he's not even willing to defend his own. He's not even willing to defend his own point, as well. Because when Zach asked, he just turned around and insulted Zach straight away, not in any attempt to defend what he's saying. So he's not, like I say, he's not interested. So he's talking bollocks, but no, he's a little bitch boy, yeah. Which is why I wanted to do this video, because it's like these are two things that I'm quite passionate about, especially Red Dead 2. I just wanted to actually, this is another thing that I have more knowledge on than he does, along with like history and everything. So this is why I wanted to do this video. Other stuff, when you talk about Metal Gear or anime or whatever, it's like, well, no, I've got nothing here. I'll let you lot deal with him. But so, well, anyway, I think we can continue.
All right, let's go.
I feel an app that will help you develop these skills further. It's an indispensable tool for those who want to understand their own biases and understand the biases of others. You guys will know many political commentators such as myself get their videos constantly demonetized for covering serious issues. So please support Ground News for being a company that makes an indispensable product and is also willing to support political YouTubers like myself. Click on the link in the description to download the app. Also, we're slowly chugging along to 35 for every 5k. We get a new chocolate orange. I'm on about 33 right now.
Chocolate orange.
Help me get there. If you want to check out my live streams, I stream on a Thursday and a Tuesday. All the archives go up on my second channel, the Kavernacle Extra, unless something goes wrong with it uploading to my main.
I know this is completely irrelevant, but is there a reason why explicitly chocolate oranges, or is it just completely random?
Completely random.
Let's just go with random. Let's not debunk what the chocolate means.
It's just horrible.
Channel media links and stuff are also in my description: Discord, Twitter, Instagram, subreddit, personal Reddit, all that stuff. Go check it out. So a lot of you guys actually subscribed to me after this Abby Shapiro video, but I want to rewind the clock a bit and talk about what we discussed in that first video. So her husband is the main guy doing the political commentary on the video game, because he's the guy who's actually played it before. He's the main one playing it in this stream as well. So here's what he said at the start of the first stream.
It's a single player game.
Abby, and this is my husband,
Jacob
Roth, and we're gonna be playing Bioshock today and talking about it and what its ideas are. Jacob, go into it.
Happened to be that we were talking at the office about Bioshock a few weeks ago and about the themes in it, and so isn't that just a leftist game just criticizing capitalism? Yes, Bioshock does criticize capitalism. It criticizes objectivist hyper-libertarianism.
Insane libertarianism.
Insane libertarianism. But in that critique, even though it's from a left perspective, it actually opens the door to considering conservatism and how it rounds out things in that hyper-libertarian depiction in Bioshock, and how a lot of the problems in the society of Rapture in Bioshock have a conservative answer for how you avoid going that wrong.
He's trying to make the dissociation between the American conservatism he believes in and Ayn Rand conservatism mixed with her view on objectivism, saying that,
how's that a dissociation? It's a distinction.
Yeah.
It's not... What the fuck? You're either you don't know what words mean, or you're already... What is this? Strawmanning? Poisoning the well?
All I know is this. So, Abby Shapiro's husband has literally said, yes, it does do this it does criticize the right wing, but it also criticizes the left wing, and also gives both sides. And Kavernacle cannot stand that.
Yeah, the story is this because the
story is nuanced.
But let's say theme, because you have this if we would go into Bioshock Infinite, the Vox Populi, they sound very communist in some areas, and because that's the whole idea. And the thing is with all of this stuff is extremism is bad. Doesn't matter what kind of extremism. Any direction, whether it's conservative, libertarian, some socialist stuff, which I see always as extreme, because the softest, the sane version of that would be social democracy that rejects most of socialist policy as insane. But social democracy is essentially dead for, I don't know, 40 years at this point. And because that was all taken over by socialists. They just wear the label, just like in the US, they wear the label liberal when nothing about them is liberal in any way. But the general idea is, doesn't matter what direction you go. If you go too far, if you go too extreme, it turns into shit, and it will eat people. Yeah. If you go if you go hyper libertarian, you will end in anarcho-capitalism, for example, and that will eat people. If you go into authoritarian socialism, well, it's all socialism is authoritarian, but the communist thing, it will eat people. You need balance. You need to be measured in all things.
And that's what Bioshock tries to explain, which is why number 2 goes with Sophia Lamb and the cult-like thing. It shows, the extra stuff. But the main argument here is Kavernacle is just unhappy because someone's pointed out the fact that it's not just constantly bitching on the right
it's
wing.
Not propaganda, right?
It's not propaganda for the right, against the right wing, and that's
that's
the only problem. That's the only problem he sees, and that's that it's not completely one-sided against capitalism. That there is a nuance to stuff, and it's like I can see where this fucking video's going now, and it's just gonna be embarrassing.
It's like, imagine if we make the analogy to religion, if someone made a game that does incorporate Christianity but criticizes the Judeo-Christian God.
Yeah.
That would be nuanced. And there are Christians who would be fine with that, because that's part of this whole Bible thing. That there's a struggle with God. And but some hyper Christian, some fanatic would be offended by the sheer idea that there's why are you showing that my religion isn't perfect? An Islamist would be the same way, much more openly, because there are much more fanatical Muslims than there are fanatical Christians. And if there would be a critique of their God in a game about their stuff, it would be absolutely heretical. I think it would already to even make a game that incorporates their religion, but it's another thing.
Yeah. Well, like Halo.
Or Doom Eternal.
Oh God. According to Islam, Adam was the first Muslim and the first prophet. I've just had this conversation today with a Muslim, and you're just retroactively claiming stuff for yourself. It's just doesn't work that way.
The best type of retroactively claiming stuff.
Oh yeah, and it's also it was just baffling. Islam is perfect, so everything bad that's done in the world by certain Muslims is they just sin. Humans are imperfect, so they sin, and they need to be condemned. But that has nothing to do with Islam, because Islam itself is perfect. And so that's why all this horror can go on in the world, done by Muslims. But for the fanatic, that's not a problem of the religion. They're just all getting the religion wrong. The religion is fine, but to the question of, but if your religion is so perfect, how can it then be that it is with so many people so misunderstood that all of this bad stuff is being done in the name of that religion? There's usually no answer to that, but just a wibbly wobbly stuff that goes in a circle basically, and it goes on because it's perfect. I'm sorry. It just broke into my mind. Because the thing is perfect. It was written. It is the literal word of God, and it was improved several times, and the Prophet of Islam, the last one, he perfected it. But it's the word of God that was always perfect. It doesn't make sense.
I understand. And to go back to your first point, I think you were right with the way you described Kavernacle as somebody who, because he's a radical communist. Anything that he thinks might be not fully for communism, or he obviously thinks that they're getting the wrong idea of it.
Yeah, so but from my description right now, do you see the parallel to socialism and its believers?
Well, I only saw that anyway before the description. But anyway, I think we can continue with his point and the video.
Sure.
All right.
They're not, and we're going to get back into that later. But he does also mention things like the invisible hand of capitalism.
Yeah.
So one last thing among the commentaries. So first chapter was about introducing you to the world of Rapture and Steinman and that whole narrative of like the aesthetics and kind of like an Icarus thing. Icarus flew too close to the sun, melted his wings, fell down. This society with Adam can remake man in any form physically, and that power without any limits led to just a complete degeneration. Babel style. You also go up so high you end up destroying yourself. So you see how people get turned into physical, grotesque monsters. Mm-hmm. But I will point out we have here the Great Chain, and the Great Chain is this metaphorical thing in the philosophy of Andrew Ryan about the great chain of commerce and cooperation.
Right.
It's his adaptation and then pagan idolization of a degenerated version of the Invisible Hand. Yeah, the Invisible Hand, the idea that people pursuing their normal run of just business and things to make a living for themselves drives them to act in a pro-social way, which makes sense in the context in which it was originally set. You take anything, you remove all limits and normal, just pragmatic grounding, and you make it your god, you're going to get the Great Chain in an explicitly atheist society. You still have a god, you still have religious art, and you still have things that lead people completely astray.
But the thought of Rapture to someone like Jacob seems to be its lack of morality from God, rather than the conservative economics, and we're going to get into that later. But a big point in...
No, dude, okay. What? Okay, what Jacob, I guess that guy's name is Jacob. He was talking about the invisible hand. That is true in regards to the Great Chain that was talked about by Adam Smith, I think. Where this idea is coming from. So all that's accurate. What he described then was like, okay, you can have religious symbolism and all this other stuff. That's totally fine. That has nothing to do with the morals and ethics of industry, of whatever those are. And in a capitalist society, as we have seen, whether the organizations that make those products and services self-police themselves, it's either going to be done that way or the people will demand it be done. Because you can't have people just knocking down trees and saying, wait a second, that was a forest. We want that. We don't want you to destroy that. And whether they self-police themselves or whether government does it makes very little difference to the people. So yes, you can have industry independent of morals and ethics and religion and everything else. And that's just how it can work. So
yeah, I remember in the first Bioshock, I think Frank Fontaine was importing Bibles into the city, and he was also smuggling other things in there, like drugs and weapons and other things like that. But I remember you come across crates filled with Bibles, Christian Bibles in the game.
Mm-hmm.
With a guy that always kind of stuck with me.
Crucified pose, who'd been killed smuggling,
Yeah, it was like tobacco and stuff like that.
Right, because Ryan outlawed I guess certain. I like I said, I haven't played the first Bioshock in a long time, so I vaguely remember.
I think he outlawed pretty much all religions. Because
he does mention the Vatican in his speech.
Yes.
No, says the man in Washington. No, says the man in the Vatican.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
So.
Yes, because no says the man in Washington because it
belongs to everybody.
It belongs to yes.
Or,
it belongs to
the man.
It belongs to the government. No, it belongs to the government. No, says the man in Moscow because it belongs to everybody. No, says the man in the Vatican because it belongs to God.
Yeah.
Right.
Something like that. So yeah. So my thing with this video is Kavernacle has an idea of what Bioshock stands for, and it's capitalism is bad, and we should do the exact opposite of capitalism. When in reality, what Bioshock is saying is everything that goes too far is bad, and you can't just let things run rampant.
Yeah, because I remember that's what happened in Bioshock. Because I remember that's what happened in Bioshock. Andrew Ryan found out about what Fontaine was doing. Like he was making money in the city. Like he was, I think he was the one who started exploiting the plasmids, the powers.
Yeah.
And Ryan found out about it, but he was kind of cool with it at first because he's like, hey, this guy wants to make money. He wants to run his own business. Hey, let him. And he kind of let that, get way out of control, if I remember correctly.
Because what was happening was saying like people were saying like we should watch what's happening with Fontaine, and Ryan's like he's just doing what every citizen of Rapture should be doing, trying to get ahead.
Right, find his own way or something like that.
Yeah, but the main problem was Fontaine didn't just want to get ahead; he wanted to be,
he wanted to take over.
He wanted to take over everything.
Right.
So it was a bit like that. That was the problem, and that's what made Ryan start to change. So,
all right.
Yeah. His problems with Jacob is his name. His view on Bioshock is Jacob sounds a lot more intelligent than Kavernacle. I can see the nuances in the story, while Kavernacle just sees Andrew Ryan, big capitalism bad.
Yeah, Jacob is also capable of making complex sentences that have logic to them.
And these are all just influences from the creator and writer of Bioshock. It's not like this is the whole message.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. But what I'm saying is this Jacob is clearly bright enough to also accept that this is what the creator says,
right? And
he can also see the stuff against capitalism. He's not blinded by his ideology.
And he sounds like you can have a worthwhile conversation with him.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
My last that this guy does not mention Ayn Rand or Atlas Shrugged once, and now I'm going to tell you for sure, in 3 hours and a half of live streaming this game.
What's your point?
A game which has a character called Atlas, a game which has a character called Andrew Ryan, who's essentially a stand-in for Ayn Rand.
No, he's not.
This guy also says he learnt Russian at university in one of these streams, so there's even that connection there, because Ayn Rand is Russian. But he doesn't mention Ayn Rand at all. Now, the only mention and reference that he gets, and he shows that he knows this stuff, is he sees a poster that says, who is Atlas? And he says, oh, look, it's who is Atlas? Who is John Galt?
Draft House is awesome. I mean, to be fair, again, it's what you were saying.
Who is Atlas?
Who is Atlas?
Or John Galt. Between the two, who is either?
John Galt is the protagonist of Atlas Shrugged. So it's not that this guy doesn't understand this game maybe is referencing Ayn Rand the whole way through.
No, it's not.
This guy hasn't actually read Ayn Rand.
But it's fucking
I'm going to get into this a bit more, because my theory is that he didn't mention Ayn Rand because he knows, even if himself he doesn't like her, loads of American conservatives love Ayn Rand.
No, they don't.
Donald Trump said he loved Ayn Rand. Paul Ryan said he loved Ayn Rand. Lots of prominent people in the conservative movement love Ayn Rand. And then I thought it'd be fun let me go on his organization's website and maybe have a look. Is there any mention of Ayn Rand? His foundation is the Young America's Foundation. Now, it's a real garbage foundation. And
Why?
what was so disconcerting about watching this stream...
What does this have to do with Bioshock?
I disagreed with Abby and her husband Jacob's takes and politics. They obviously are doing this to come across normal. Abby Shapiro definitely doesn't come across like her brother at all. Just someone who seems like full of hate and rage all the time.
Ben Shapiro? Ben Shapiro, a little
Ben Shapiro
Jewish man,
is full of hate and rage.
is full of hate and rage. Are you sane, sir?
Ben Shapiro,
obviously, he's a white supremacist.
Hate. He plays the freaking violin. How is he full of hate and rage? Like, what part of his?
Wow, in every video I've ever seen him, I've never seen him really go off on a rant of
he's never
very hate.
He's very stern.
Somebody even threatened him with physical violence.
And he stayed calm. What he is, he's very stern when he's talking.
Yeah.
But that isn't rage and hatred. If you call and here I have to what about here a bit. If you call Ben Shapiro full of hate and rage, what do you call Vosh?
Fucking sunshines and lollipops.
He's calm, cool, and collected.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Sunshine and lollycocks. No, horsecock. Sorry. Anyway, carry on.
Oh no.
Oh, here's Mike Testa. These YouTubers are turning me away from Bioshock. Okay. Sonny in Philly plays. He never gets back to it. Sonny in Philly plays,
Sonny in, it's always Sonny in Philadelphia, the TV show.
Yeah,
is that part of the soundtrack in Bioshock?
No.
With It's Always Sunny, as anyone seen It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia? Yes, yay, nay. No.
Okay.
No, okay, right.
Yeah, it's the title. It's the title card, right?
Yeah, and it's just the fact that it plays when the stuff that they were talking about beforehand never comes up again. So
yeah.
Anyway,
I just want to note, Ayn Rand is a very, very American thing, and outside America, barely anyone ever has heard of her or her works. So all the Randian references that I do think are giving some connotation into Bioshock, they're completely lost on anyone outside America.
Also, the people who bring up Ayn Rand, I've always found have never actually read any of her work.
Yeah,
and just
he said John Galt was the main character. It's like maybe the last part of the book, but not for the majority of the story.
Yeah, exactly.
There's so many characters in those stories, and she just writes whatever the hell she wants. The biggest part of John Galt in that story is like a 40-pager where he has this speech and it's pure dialogue. And it's essentially
dialogue or monologue.
Yeah, well, it is a monologue at that point where she's essentially on her own soapbox, and Rand is just saying whatever the hell she wants through John Galt. But that was after she already wrote the other story, The Fountainhead. So she's pretty much doing the same thing in Atlas Shrugged. So it's like her books. The only way I knew about them was through philosophy class, and even then we were laughing at them, not because they were laugh worthy, but it's because of her personal life. Like we always talk about the philosopher's personal life, what they were like.
I'll be honest. The only way I actually knew about Ayn Rand is because this socialist friend of mine kept mentioning it on and on and on.
Really?
And saying loads of stuff. So I decided to read up a little bit. And so when he was on about it again, I just asked a few questions, and he didn't have a clue. He just knew that her name was Ayn Rand, and that was it. He had no idea what the hell the stories were about, what happened in any of the stories, or anything at all. And I just thought, I was just a bit like, so you know nothing. This is it's just a name you use to try and sound smart. Anyway, he's not my friend anymore, and he doesn't hang out with our group because I think I embarrassed him too much. But, oh well. There's no big loss.
Yeah, because I was about to ask, he's your friend?
Yeah. Well,
he was my friend.
Not that I judge. I mean,
hey, listen. When I was in my teenage years, just before I turned into my 20s, I was very left wing. Luckily, I saw the light. I became based as
I think
fuck.
everyone is, right?
Yeah, everyone's left wing when they're a teenager.
Yeah, you just grow up.
Yeah.
Here's
Well, some do. That's this old saying. I don't know from whom who coined it. But it was like, if you're not left wing when you're young, you have no heart, and if you don't stop being left wing when you grow up, you have no brain.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. Here's Frances Ford Coppola. Her brother seems to be full of hate and rage, says the guy who fumed that PewDiePie resented his donation to the ADL. You know, an organization that slandered both PewDiePie and other political groups and activists that Kavernacle supports. This guy's an anus. Yeah, well.
Yeah.
The ADL is an open hate. Is a hate group that pretends to be the opposite. Can't just say it like that.
Here is Joe Crazy. Look, agree with Ben or not, at least he is willing to have a conversation, unlike Cav. No. Because we don't have 100K subs, he wouldn't talk to anyone. Or whatever his weird standards are.
Yeah.
He wants an audience. Yeah. He wants to grow.
Also, we're also all a bunch of 40-year-old
This is when we talk about grifters.
Yeah, I mean,
we talk about grifters. This guy has a pyramid of chocolate treats to represent how many subscribers he has? Or whatever?
Yeah.
Patron
chocolate
income?
orange.
Patron? Yeah, it's just like, dude.
That's funny. He only has 6.
I don't know. I don't know what they represent. But the fact that he doesn't care because we're small, okay, fine. If that's your criteria. But, good luck with your arguments if you can't even come to the small little table and talk about your big ideas. They're bigger than us.
Yeah, because in the end, he is a capitalist. He's only going for what makes him grow.
Yeah.
Or for what makes him more money.
He only wants money now because he quit his job. So all this video making is to make a living.
And he accuses people with bigger channels of grifting when they actually have a business and they pay people to do jobs like video editing, journalism, blog posts, interviews. Like, they're just grifting. It's a business. You're a one guy. Anyway, Mike Testa, Caver is like a carousel. Where is this going? Yeah, well, that's it. You're right. He is a carousel.
Goes around.
Okay.
So far, all I know is I don't think Kavernacle's actually ever played Bioshock.
I don't think he's read Atlas Shrugged.
Oh, he's definitely not read. He's not read anything. I don't think he's ever read a book.
John Galt is the main character. It's like half this book, we don't even know who or where John Galt is. There's like 3 characters. They're all looking for John. I don't know. He invented some machine that no one can find.
I think the last book Kavernacle ever read was Spot Goes to the Park when he was in nursery school. I think that's the last one he's ever read.
He didn't even read it. He just looked at the pictures.
Pictures, yeah.
I still wonder what he learned in his history university thing.
All right.
What was that actually about?
I would love to find out who this professor was that taught history.
Yeah.
Influenced him so much.
Responsible.
Jeez. Anyway, here's Frances Ford Coppola once again. Wait, so Cav won't talk to you guys because you don't have as many subs, or is that Ben Shapiro? No, Kavernacle. We contacted him. He didn't want to talk to us because we were too small, and apparently I'm 40 years old, and that's bad. So I don't know why.
No, not just Smud's 40-year-old. I was 40 years old.
What?
Zach was 40 years old. Everyone else who's on the panel was 40 years old.
Oh, that's that. How dare you?
Yeah.
Okay.
How dare you assume a trans woman's age?
Oh.
See,
that's what made me laugh. That's what Zach went. Yeah, whatever. Fuck you, man. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're gonna say that this, like, he's obviously has never heard of ageism because that's not part of his vocabulary. So if you want to put an ism up there, you could throw it up there if you like, but they don't care.
Oh no, fascism is only bad when the old do it.
Did you just assume my age?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind.
That's part of the intersectional oppression hierarchy.
27. I'm only 27. How dare he? I mean, God.
Yeah, dude. But
look a bit rough around the edges.
Yeah, but Hawk, that is part of the intersectional oppression hierarchy. That the old are the oppressors and the young are the oppressed. So if you just define people as the old people, you don't need to take them seriously or talk to them or entertain them because they're the oppressors. Okay. Well, he defines himself as younger than you, and therefore he doesn't need to engage with you.
Yeah, even the old people in retirement homes, I guess they're the oppressors, right?
Yeah,
suffering
old Edith at the age of 107 in a wheelchair, being soup dripped into her mouth because she can't move any of her body. She's oppressing Kavernacle and the communist revolution.
If
Kavernacle's just standing in a senior citizen's home, going, "I feel so oppressed."
Oh my God! Stop oppressing me, Thomas.
I can't sit anywhere.
Can you imagine him arguing politics? Can you imagine him arguing politics with seniors? You know how hilarious that would be.
Oh boy!
No, I could just imagine him. I could just imagine Kavernacle going on a long tirade, and then you just see, and then all you hear is beep and time of death, and they're just like wheeling someone out, and he's like, God, the old people are such oppressors. He just died like a proper white supremacist.
No, he'll just sit there and be like, "Well, I guess I won that argument."
Oh God. So the last part.
If Kavernacle gets to that gets that old of an age, is he part of the problem now too? Is he an oppressor?
It's only.
I don't know how old Kavernacle is, but once you reach 27,
or does he plan to kill himself before he gets to 40?
I bet that works exactly like that Swedish professor who defined that. Oh, all people should die at 75 because they're not useful to society anymore, just a burden. And when and when he got older, he said, "Oh, but it should be 85."
Yeah, everyone who reached 75 should be killed. Anyway, he reached 70. He went, it might be better if it was 80. Because it's just right around the corner,
okay, that's a good point.
Oh dear.
Yeah, and just a small interlude. Since we're talking about old age, I just heard today that the venerable Christopher Lee has left us.
Really?
Just a little while ago. Or was that a meme?
I thought he died last year.
Didn't he pass away? Yeah.
Last year? Oh, what the hell?
Why was it years ago?
It's his birthday. It's his birthday.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm not noticing anything. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, he would have been 99 today.
Yeah,
99.
Yeah, he died 6 years ago.
Oh, 2015.
6 years ago. I thought. Oh my God! I thought it was.
It's been a while. I remember hearing it.
Oh my God!
Sorry. Ever since the shit happened to me, I'm living under a rock. I'm sorry.
No, even I thought it was like, God, this is how I know I'm getting old. Like, things will happen, and I'll think, it was only last year. What? It was 5 years ago. Oh my God.
Anyway,
time to put you down, Hawk.
The last part of Francis Ford Coppola's...
In my head, he was still alive and performing with his metal band.
Yeah.
That's a good thought. Let's keep it going there, Wisp. That's okay. The last part of Francis Ford Coppola's donation was, either way, that means Xander Hall is comparatively more open, and that's embarrassing. Oh my God, yes. Xander Hall at least is friendly. As well, okay, until he starts talking, but at least he wants to talk. Then he'll call you a sexist, whatever, but that's all he does. That's his thing. That's his grift.
Like, sure,
his grift is calling a bunch of conservatives or whatever he thinks conservatives as whatever.
Oh yeah, I guess he did try a little bit, right?
He did pop into chat, and we were like, all right, why not? And then that was a bad idea. So yeah, we're not doing that anymore.
You tried to mitigate that.
That did not work that well. Anyway, one more super chat. Let's keep going.
This is just getting more amazing. So look, I had to look up Christopher Lee, and he fought for Finland in the Winter War against the commies.
Holy Jesus! What the hell?
This man is.
Well, he's the
biography of this man is absolutely amazing. He's a main character of our reality.
Well, one of the things that Peter Jackson always talked about was in Return of the King, when the deleted scene where Saruman gets stabbed. Peter Jackson's like telling him how he should act. Christopher Lee goes, "I've stabbed the guy in the back. Don't worry. I know how you know how people die." And Peter Jackson's like, "Wait, what?" He goes, "Yeah, I've killed men in the war. Yeah, it's fine."
Yeah, after
Peter Jackson's just like, "Well, you do whatever you want to do then."
Yeah, after the Winter War, he fought for Britain in the North African campaign and in Italy and in other places, and this man is just absolutely amazing. And he made he wanted to make a I never checked if that got actually made. A sword fighting game called Clank that used proper sword fighting technique. And control like that, and that gives you good feedback as you play. And I don't know what came of it, but that was I bet you can still find the trailers on YouTube for it, where he explains that. Absolutely amazing, man.
Anyway, let's keep going. Two more. Here's one from Analyzer. I'm pretty sure he'd say I'm 40 even though I'm 19 because I disagree with every word it comes out of his mouth. Any excuse not to talk to us and then to act like a child and call people names is what pretty much they do.
Yeah. You're a 40-year-old white male cis Nazi.
Or add a few more. Whatever.
Heterosexual.
There we go. Now I feel better.
Just to finish about it is that was the actual conversation that made me wash my hands of treating Kavernacle with any sort of respect or dignity or even like
we are
it was I was just done.
Yeah, we are only doing this because you guys want us to, not because we actually care, because we were done at that point. So anyway, Vladimir Dragunov, one more and we'll go. The guy who wrote The Hungry Caterpillar died recently. Well, that's pretty sad, small kids stuff.
Yeah.
Is that Eric what's his name?
I can't remember. It's in I can't remember who actually wrote it, but he died recently. 91, I think he was.
Damn.
Not a bad age.
No.
So.
All right, let's keep going.
Anyway. A lot of dead people.
I'm talking 100 million miles an hour. So when they're playing this game, they kind of seem just like a normal couple. And he talks about his work for this Young America's Foundation. Go on his Twitter, go on this foundation's page, and you'll realize how absolutely garbage and horrible his politics are.
Why?
But there's a segment on the page that
like
says,
yours.
Books every conservative should read. We go to novels, and they have 1984, An Animal Farm by George Orwell.
I agree.
But we all know what conservatives think of these books. They think they're anti-socialist books for some strange reason. Even
because they are.
Yeah.
George Orwell was criticizing
Animal
tyranny
Farm
in general, authoritarianism in general, on the example of how he saw socialists acting. That's why he stopped being a socialist himself. He saw the truth of what socialists were actually doing. And 1984 is not a manual, and it is not a prophecy. 1984 was a description of how socialists already thought and acted and what they wanted to do, and in regards to the Soviet Union, did already practice. In regards to China, already practiced.
Yeah, but here's the main thing. Animal Farm, how can you say that's not a book on socialism when it is a retelling, pretty much, of the 1917 Winter Revolution in Russia, where the communists took over?
Okay, so I have the thing up on screen, and there's some great books here. First off, 1984 is one of, that's pretty much what you should be reading. Brave New World, I don't see it, but that would be the next one I would say is similar. Animal Farm again, great. Constitution, if you're an American, I would wholeheartedly agree. If you're an American and want to learn about what it means to be.
I would argue that everyone who wants to live in a free world should read the American Constitution.
Well, you know what? I would go
it's
down.
One of the best constitutions on the fucking planet.
I would recommend saying the Federalist Papers because that's also on this list. That would be more accurate. If you just want the general understanding of law, The Law by Bastiat is probably the best. It's easy, it's small, it's very plain language. Very good read. So I would recommend, out of all of that, The Law is probably the best. There's a bunch of other things like by Hayek and Goldwater and Bradbury, Fahrenheit 451. That's a great story. So you've got generally good books here. I don't know about the Bible. Don't read that. That's not going to help you much.
If you're religious, yeah, sure, go on, read it.
Don't.
It can, if you do not have any society at all, you can use that as a first foundation. If you don't want to figure it out all by yourself, that can somewhat work. Other than that, I'd see it more as a historical entertainment.
But these are books that I either read in school, I read by myself, and there's nothing wrong with these books. Like, these are all good books to.
I'm sure.
I would definitely want to include.
Read Foucault. That's a good book you should read.
No, God, shut up.
Down the list.
If you want.
What?
Well, down the list. Look what we have down the list. We have Thomas Sowell, great idea. Buckley is a good author. Here we have Milton and Rose Friedman, fantastic economists. Oh, Jesus, these are good stories or good biographies. I don't know about all this conservative stuff. This is probably way more American than my tastes go. Yeah. But the Gulag, there we go.
On it.
This is what you want to read. That is pretty much standard reading if you want to get into politics.
Yep. What is it? What?
The Gulag Archipelago. That's the number one there.
Oh yeah. The screen is just it's just lagging behind what you're saying for me. So the people who just watch the stream, for them it's on the second. It's
right.
It's live. But
anyway, there's a huge list. I'm not going to go over this, but
definitely and because I mentioned this so often, read Notes on Nationalism from George Orwell. It's very short. You can get it for $1 or $4, and read it. It's an absolute foundation if you want to understand what socialists and other fanatics that operate the same way are actually doing, how their thought processes work.
Yeah.
Okay, so anyway, there's probably some books in there you could argue are not for your tastes, or they're too big, or they're too boring, but this is a fine list.
Yeah, well, it's just not his list, so he's just
there's War Against Boys and Who Stole Feminism by Christina Hoff Sommers. That's very good stuff.
So I would love to hear what he thinks of 1984. I would really.
I don't know what he thinks
you're not going to hear
Animal
that.
Farm. I want to know what he knows about Animal Farm, because if he says it's nothing to do with communism, then he's never read the book. Then because the whole thing is the story of the Winter Revolution.
Because somebody told him it was bad.
It's the story of every socialist takeover everywhere.
Yeah, but what
you have
the thing is, it's
the story of Fidel Castro.
Yeah, but it's
plays the big revolutionary who wants to speak for the people, and once he is in power, he becomes a fat pig. Maduro in Venezuela, same story. Gets into power, becomes a fat pig while everyone else is starving.
Whoa,
but Wisp,
you can't call him that.
But Wisp, the thing is, it is directly referencing what happened in 1917.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is it's directly referencing everything that happens. You just change it. All he did was change the names and make them animals.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah, that's all right. Yes, good, great, awesome.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if he's now saying it's got nothing to do with socialism, then there's two options. Either A, he doesn't know what socialism is and is a fucking idiot, or B, has never read Animal Farm, so can't talk about it and is also a fucking idiot.
Can Canada be
so he's got to accept what level of being idiot.
To add on to that every other communist revolution follows the exact same pattern.
Yeah, I
was just adding to that. I'm not contradicting you.
Yeah, I know you're not, but what I'm trying to say is it is referencing the first one, the very first one, the one that started all this fucking lunacy. is what it's referencing. So if you then say animal farming has got nothing to do with socialism, then you are saying that the communist revolution in Russia had nothing to do with socialism or communism or anything at all. At which point you are a fucking idiot. If that's the hill you're going to die on, it's a fucking hill filled with landmines, and you've
may I stand unshaken.
Yeah.
Right.
Anyway, that's my rant.
Okay.
Sorry.
Let's keep going.
Written by, most of you will know they're pretty much anti-authoritarian books, also anti-Stalinist books as well. But then you go down a bit further.
What does Stalin have to do with socialism?
By Ayn Rand. So the organisation he works for actually recommends all you young American conservatives.
I've noticed this for a couple of years. They're trying to distance themselves and socialism and communism from Stalin.
Yeah.
Because they can't defend him. They accepted that they can't defend Stalinism anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And they're trying to put Stalin as a right-wing figure now.
What?
Yes.
Yeah.
Are they?
Yeah.
They're trying to play the same thing on Stalin that they did with Hitler. That somehow it's not socialism. Somehow it's not left-wing. This is right-wing extremism now.
Yeah, we are getting to the point where you'll soon find that the communist revolution in Russia wasn't communist, the USSR wasn't communist, and we're slowly, because we're now moving to the Maoist is like what communism should be, and once we get to the point where they can't defend Mao, they'll change to whatever was the next country and the next country. It'll keep changing, and Russia and then China will all just be forgotten about as defenses. And that's how the communists works. They'll erase the history of the USSR.
Yeah, of course, because it doesn't fit the narrative. Because it wasn't perfect.
So that's
everything that wasn't perfect communism will be erased as or first depicted as extreme right-wing stuff, and then it will be erased from history because you can't talk about right-wing stuff because it might give people ideas to be that. And oh god, I'm too tired.
That's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay.
That's okay, Wes.
It's all right.
Ayn Rand, and his organization's work is also mainly in university.
Okay.
I got it back. I'm getting old. I will be 40 in years, like everyone else. So he's saying these books are anti-authoritarian, by which he implies that communism and socialism is not authoritarian, which is insane. That is doublethink. You cannot believe socialism is not authoritarian after everything it has done and everything it does. When socialism wants to regulate everything and says everything is political, the private is political, and therefore we need to regulate what you do in your private life and what you think. And then in the same breath say, George Orwell didn't write critiques of socialism but against authoritarianism. You can only say that if you believe that your socialism is not authoritarian, while it is being the most authoritarian thing on the planet next to Islam.
Yeah.
What the fuck? That is doublethink. This man is insane. Like most people who hold these two beliefs at the same time. And this is how they're coping, because they have to accept that George Orwell described something horrible that happened in history. And I've known these people like that, activists who read 1984 at for example at the German big hacker congress, the Chaos Communication Congress, and well-known activist who says he's an artist but he's never doing art really, and he's reading 1984, and he believes, and he's pro-socialism and pro-feminism without any critique, without ever critiquing it. And he believes that 1984 is criticizing fascism and right-wing extremism, but not the left-wing. I've had conversations with him, and you're not getting through to that. these people they accept, yes, this is describing something horrible that should never be done. And in the same breath, they say, oh, but we are okay because we are not actually doing that while they're doing it. These people are insane or evil or both.
Also, I just want to interrupt just to say, what does the fact that his foundation says you should read Atlas Shrugged have anything to do with the fact that he doesn't think that it's very important to Bioshock, because it isn't? So, yeah, it seems like a very off point to be making right now. And this just seems to be an actual attack on the person and the foundation instead of talking about what was wrong with the use of Bioshock.
And I can see why in the US some conservatives recommend reading Ayn Rand, because by what I've heard from people who did, they said that it was the work that helped them find self-esteem and begin self-actualizing, like take their lives in their own hands. There are certainly other works of writing that can have that effect, and there are certainly better ones. But since that seems to be at least a relatively consistent or quantitative effect that these books have, I can see why they're being recommended. With all the critique that is valid against Ayn Rand's work. But if they have that effect, I understand why conservatives recommend them, because they want people to grow up and be self-reliant, self-sufficient. Because that's the only time when you can start being there for others.
Yeah.
All right, let's continue.
Anyway, yeah.
Back to Bioshock.
People to understand like free markets and stuff. So maybe this is a big, indicator why a guy who works for this foundation might just keep talking about hyper-capitalism, objectivism, rather than just state, yeah, this is like literally showing what Ayn Rand's philosophy, including her views on economics, would lead to.
No.
And maybe
general, just foundational thing. I do have a problem with Ayn Rand having called her thing objectivism.
Well, okay, you have to understand
that
why.
Poisons the well of that term. But go on.
Yeah, like she was trying to use a word, but it was already taken, and that was existentialism, I think. And she wanted to come with a term that made sense within what she was trying to say, like you have to self-actualize your own happiness, and you are the own producer of that thing, so you have to make your own course in life. And she explained that through how that worked as an individual, as a group, as a community, as a city, as a whatever. So that naturally went into free markets or laissez-faire capitalism. As a result of her living in Russia and seeing what happened, or the USSR at the time, I guess, and why it did not work that way. So her logical conclusion was to say, well, this system does not work. I've lived through it.
Let's do the opposite.
It must be the opposite works, and everything that she said was fairly accurate. Now, the problem is her books are stories. So she invents a future America where everything goes socialist. And it's not hard to follow the line of her logic. It's a bit aggravated, not aggravated, it's a bit exaggerated, I would say, because the government literally does not know what to do, because they don't know how to make more money. They don't know how to make stuff. So they have to find John Galt to explain like how do we become productive, because everyone's forgotten how to do that, while there's actual people of industry that have gone to the hills, this magical place where they have their
electrolytes.
They have this from scratch community of an engineer and a goldsmith and a farmer, and they're all just trading gold coins, because that's their currency, and they're all living in seclusion. And they're trying to find John Galt, who invented this static energy engine, who can bend light and make it like this big optical illusion so no one can find this hidden magical town that these people of industry have run away to because America's gone mad. So her stories are literal stories like the way Ray Bradbury would write a story, only she used philosophy. The problem with her is because she's a philosopher, she is super preachy. So anyone who doesn't like capitalism would read this and go, ew, there's too much philosophy. And I admit, as I read it, I was bored because it goes on and on. I told you that one speech with John Galt.
I would just say then she's a bad philosopher.
She's not that
and bad off, or rather a bad author, because Robert Heinlein was doing the same thing with Starship Troopers.
He was.
But it's written in a bearable and interesting manner.
Yeah, he was an actual writer, and he says, okay, I'm going to take fascism and I'm going to do my own flavor of it and do science fiction because that's what he's known for. So yeah, he made it much more palatable. And Ayn Rand, her book, that's why she wrote the same book, just in a different format with The Fountainhead and then later Atlas Shrugged. So influential book, but not the greatest read. Not the greatest story.
But also, it's not. It really has nothing really to do with Bioshock, and this feels like grasping at straws.
No, it doesn't, because Ken Levine was inspired by multiple things, and when he read Ayn Rand, he kind of laughed at her. He said, "This is kind of silly." So he took the idea of a rich dude saying, "To hell with government! I'm doing my own thing. I'm going to the bottom of the ocean, making my own city." Mm-hmm. And I'm letting people do whatever they want. And he said, to hell with religion, to hell with this, to hell with government, to hell with all these things. We're just a bunch of engineers making stuff. And that was that. And then that's when you get the problem of not having rules. And where capitalism does have rules, you can't hurt others. You can't damage the environment. You can't just exploit workers. That's not how it works.
Yeah.
So
and that's the problem. Yeah.
Because there was no oversight, because people just were allowed to import and do whatever they want, and they found an addictive substance that gave you superpowers, you're going to have a problem. Mm-hmm. So that was the downfall of Rapture, was the problem with the drug of Adam. So anyway, let's get back to the video.
Not going to, as I know a lot of people watching this will like Ayn Rand. I think my theory is on the right path at the very least. I also find it kind of a bit charming, if that's the right word, is that there's people in the stream are asking classically Abby, because her channel is about being like classic and like sanitized and safe, why she's okay with playing violent video games, and they keep trying to justify it. And it makes me laugh quite a bit, because he says that he's into like MMA, loads of like video games like this, but
because not all conservatives are extreme stereotypes that were the Karens of the 80s and 90s and 2000s that were trying to take the video games from us because they're violent, similar to you guys who want to take the video games from us because they are sexist.
What has this got to do? What? So
he's complaining that these two conservatives are not as stereotypically conservative as they should be.
That they're enjoying a video game. Oh boy.
Mm-hmm. That's a stupid point. What the fuck is is only the left wing allowed to enjoy violence? Oh, sorry.
According to the left wing, everything has to work. Everyone has to act according to the stereotype that exists about the side that you're on. So 100% of conservatives have to be Christian fundamentalist people who hate video games.
Nazis,
pacifists. Yeah. Violent pacifists. That's what the right wing is.
Warmongering violent pacifists.
Yes. So
who hate video
Abby's
games.
Abby's watching her husband play Bioshock. So yeah, but her channel's wholesome. Yeah, this isn't her channel.
Yeah. Oh yeah, good point. Yeah, that's their husband's, right?
Yeah. So what's wrong
I think it is her channel, isn't it? It's called Classically Amy.
Abby,
whatever.
Is it actually on her channel? Well, she's doing something with her boyfriend. Oh well, husband. Sorry. So what's this? What's that got to do with?
Right.
There's no argument here. This is not an argument.
They're enjoying a fictional, violent video game. That's a problem, I guess.
The conservatives aren't allowed to do that. They are only allowed to complain about violent video games.
Yeah, but they're going through it to explain how it's not just against capitalism. It also shows a nuance to be against leftism, and it's like, okay, you're gonna have to go through the violent parts to get the story.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't an argument.
Are you not allowed to play the game and then critique it afterwards?
This isn't an argument. This is silly, but we can continue. I'm just.
Yeah, and at least I do agree that the references to Randianism are there, but that's it. That's just to give you the general context of these clashing ideas in Rapture that are tearing it apart, because they're all extreme ideas.
Yeah, exactly. But here's the thing. So far, his arguments about why they're wrong is, one, because Abby is a conservative, she shouldn't like violent video games, and two, they've not mentioned Ayn Rand in a game that doesn't really reference her. Yeah, that's the best he's got. That's the best he's got to prove that Bioshock isn't also taking jabs at left-wing politics. He's got nothing apart from insulting Abby and her husband's foundation, and then laughing at the fact that some people in the chat like wholesome content.
His argument is basically, "Lol, they're so dumb. I know much more."
Yeah, it's again
when he does it's real. Yeah, but that is right, Eric. That doesn't matter. What I'm saying is, it could be real for all I care. It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is his arguments isn't, well, how is Bioshock not having all these jabs? It's no, lol. Oh, look how dumb they are. They're not even mentioned. Atlas shrugged. Well, no, because it doesn't need to get mentioned. Lol. There's people wanting it to be more wholesome while they're playing violent video games. Lol. It's like, that's not an argument. What the fuck? These aren't arguments, you thick fuck.
Yeah. Oh, and
that's what I'm saying. It's just video games.
Yeah. And just because Fritz Philogene the second in the chat just mentioned, you should have highlighted smart maybe or two. He says that Andrew Ryan is an anagram for New Ayn Rand, which it is.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's good. Fine, but it's
just doesn't mean that it's but. It's what is tearing Rapture apart is that all these ideas are brought to an extreme, and to its predetermined failing points. Because all ideologies have failing points if you bring them to an extreme.
The problem with Rapture is it was failing to begin with because it wasn't put together properly, and then you've got to add in the sea slugs of the Adam, and then the plasmids and the Eve and all this sort of stuff, which took it overboard. It took it that step beyond, and so that's the story of Bioshock. It's we've reached the extreme of what we can get to. Now let's add something that pushes it even further.
Yeah, because giving superpowers to the general population, that never ends. That never ends badly.
Yeah, exactly. So and this is why it takes a pop at both sides, because Atlas used the idea of free healthcare and homes for the poor as just bait to build his army up.
Yep.
So he was using socialist programs just to create an army, which is what a lot of socialist programs did used to do, and it's like it does now. I mean, all BLM is to try and gather up an army. Antifa is just to gather up an army.
Yep.
That's all it is. It's just recruitment into the army of the glorious revolution. which is why they have tactics and battle plans and, supply chains and stuff. That's the thing. So that was what they were saying. I think we should carry on with the video because I'm going to be start going over the same fucking points soon, and it's driving me mad already.
I can't wait until he gets to Red Dead.
Yeah, I can't wait for that because I'm just gonna be sat here with my 200% playthroughs and my third one that's at 98% going, go on, Kavernacle, tell me that I don't know anything about this game.
All right. Here's Alex Halo.
Stop bragging.
Leftists are the ones demanding censorship now. That's generally
always been
what we say when there's a new law, especially on speech in Canada. It's like, who the hell wants this? It's never someone on the right. It's never someone in conservative politics. It's always, always, always on the left.
Yeah. And in Germany, it was in 1986 that we lost freedom of speech. That's when we got the Holocaust denial laws, which were started by the left, and half the Jews were against them. I've explained this before. Because the Jews that were against the Holocaust denial laws predicted exactly what would happen. That it's stifling conversation about it. It makes the people afraid to even talk about it, which leads to no one even knowing how to have an argument against Holocaust deniers. And the Holocaust deniers themselves would just remain in the shadows, unopposed, unaddressed, and fester. And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah. It's just like
censorship, even if you want to do it allegedly for the best of reasons, will just bite you in the ass. It will have the opposite effect of what you wanted. And now we have a whole population that knows jack shit about the Holocaust. What you need to do is what Christopher Hitchens did, and give these idiots a platform where they make fools of themselves. But you, as the conversation partner in that, you need to know more about the topic than that other person. But you still need to be respectful about it. You need to be more civil than the other. That doesn't mean you're growling. That doesn't mean you submit to the other person.
Yeah.
But you must remain civil and not propagandize, not harpy on the other. You just have a conversation and let the other hang himself with his own rope with his own noose that he's making with all the nonsense he's saying. But you need to know at least as much, if not more, about that very topic.
I think we can continue with this video now.
Let's keep going.
Because she doesn't as much, she's trying to explain to her audience why she does.
So, on my channel, we talk about commentary, lifestyle, beauty, fashion, and opera. I'm an opera singer, all from a conservative and classic perspective. And you might be wondering, if I'm classic, why am I playing a violent video game? But my husband and I discussed in the first episode of this, and we touched on it a little bit in the second episode, that we believe that in this game, the violence is being used for a purpose, to tell the story and to get across an idea. And in that, that's okay. It's trying to do an artistic thing.
Anyway, I found that a bit funny, but also now Jacob goes on to say that the game is criticizing capitalism and objectivism, and if you're a real conservative, you criticize objectivist capitalism because you believe there are moral limits to the free market and you just don't want a free market to control everything.
So why don't you explain your hyper-capitalistic idea about this game?
Well, it's just, people point out that this game is criticizing capitalism, criticizing objectivism. So why are we conservatives playing it? Don't we know that we're being mocked by this very game itself? Are we just that stupid? No, in fact, we are not that stupid. We might be stupid in other ways. You could bring that up. But not in this way. We know this game is criticizing objectivist capitalism. Fun thing is, being a real conservative, we criticize objectivist capitalism. Don't believe that prostitution should be legal? Oh, well then you believe in limits on the free market. Don't believe you should be able to buy and sell children? You believe in limits on the free market. Don't believe in a variety of things that should be bought or sold? Well, congrats, you believe in limits on the free market. The fact that markets work is what we believe. The idea that there are moral limits to that is also what we believe. So this game is a good opportunity to show what a fully libertarian, not conservative society has as flaws, and flex on it as one does while you play. So that's what we're doing.
They also take weird digs throughout the streams about leftists allegedly.
So what's wrong with that?
Yeah, that seemed fine.
Yeah, it makes complete sense. That sounds like a sensible conservative.
So what you're saying is this guy is not a fanatic to his beliefs like I am. Thanks, Kavernacle. Really cool, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, he's not an ANCAP. Oh, what a surprise. ANCAPs and conservatives are not the same. Who would have thought?
All this is showing is that Kavernacle doesn't actually have a clue about the political spectrum at all. It's communism and then the right wing. And he can't think that there's no it's communism or bust. As in, like, if you're not a communist, you must be a far right nut job.
Far right, hyper-capitalist Christian.
Yeah. This is all this video is showing is that Kavernacle has got the IQ of a bucket and a mop.
What?
That's it. That's it. Yeah.
A bucket.
Or a mop and bucket. I meant to say mop and bucket, but I said bucket and mop. So sue me. Sorry.
Bucket mop. Oh, no, sorry. You cut out, so I didn't hear you.
Our North American sensibilities couldn't understand you, but now we do.
It's
that too.
Yeah,
mostly that.
That's what this video is showing now, because he's been outsmarted. He's completely floundering in the sea with this. He doesn't know. I'm laughing at this. I find it funny. No, you don't find it funny. You're fuming. You're seething. I can tell you're really angry, but you haven't got the brains to combat it, because you know that everything he's just said is perfectly reasonable and correct. Right?
And I like how it's Abby Shapiro loves Bioshock, and she's not playing the game. She's not into video games. It's her husband. So it's like, did you just do this for clickbait titles there, Kavernacle? Or
exactly, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh yeah. He's a slime ball with that. But what my point is, his response to these last things are, I just find it so funny. Why? Why do you find this so funny? Because it's a perfectly reasonable thing to say, listen, this is why we do this thing, and look, this is a problem. This is a problem on our side. We can see a problem on our side, but if our side goes too far, this is a problem. You don't get that same rhetoric on your side, Kavernacle, do you?
Yeah, because socialism is perfect. It can't be criticized because there's nothing to criticize.
But which socialism? Because if I just say socialism, I've got a tanky, a Maoist, a Trotsky, and a Leninist clawing at each other to tell me which version's better.
Yeah, but because they all think socialism is perfect, but the other socialisms of the other people, they're bad.
Yeah,
but
I know.
Socialism is perfect. It's the same as the religious denominations of the big religions.
Yeah.
They all think we have to find truth. Our religion is perfect, but these other denominations, they're dumb. They're getting it wrong.
Yeah, it's literally like the Protestants and Catholics. They fight each other, but it's literally the same God. So, hey ho. But anyway, let's carry on with with his defense of this perfectly reasonable thing. I just want to see what he says.
Allegedly being economically illiterate because we advocate for higher minimum wages.
Just a key point is that we're not economically illiterate. Because a big annoying thing, especially when you get to populism on the left or right, is that people will want things like raising the wages of Americans, wanting people to be wealthier, which we want too. But a minimum wage just will literally not achieve that. It's a different thing from, I don't believe in your method morally. I think it's wrong. It violates my values. Sure, we can have debates about that. There's a big difference between what we think you should choose to do versus...
Actually, Abby's playing.
Yeah, she is. Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, she's doing good. But I'll just put that minimum wage thing.
Oh,
he's
Lord.
Absolutely correct. He's absolutely correct, because the UK has a minimum wage, and it's doing nothing.
Well, it raises prices.
Yeah, a minimum wage is just part of the inflation spiral.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is people hear minimum wage and think it's great. It's not really.
It doesn't.
You'll find,
the whole joke is due to inflation. It's minimum wage is a joke, because due to constant inflation, your buying power isn't growing.
Yeah, well, Wes, what the thing is in the UK, it was minimum wage, didn't work. So now the left has moved on to a living wage,
which is the same thing.
Which is much higher than a minimum wage.
Yeah, well, it's higher, but also it just brings in a hell of a lot more inflation, because it means everything goes up in price, which means that what you've been paid is now no longer a living wage; it's below the living wage. So what it is it's the left's it's a tool by the left to perpetually put people just under the poverty line, so that they can always complain about capitalism.
Yeah,
brilliant.
And that's what it is. And once you start to realize that, you start to realize, hang on, maybe it's not that much of a great idea. Because
fascinating how the free market or the actual business knows what a good wage is for their workers, so that they can keep the business going and actually turn a profit to pay them.
Yeah. The major problem is that people who want the minimum wage don't think beyond the minimum wage.
Yeah,
they don't
I know
think of the repetions that happen.
The concept.
Yeah, they just think, we get more money, but you can't buy more things with it.
The concept that there's an engineer and he's specialized in mechanics, so he can build cars and repair cars. It's the same idea with a float. You have $100 here, and I can use this money to make things and pay people off. If you tell me I have to pay people off even more, I won't have $100 to do that. So you have no business telling the engineer the same way you have no business telling the accountant how to do their job. And that's the problem. They're seeing it as this other element of business that, no, the government must step in to keep people happy. It's like, no, they came to me for desiring a job. I'm paying them what I can afford. That's all it is.
Yeah.
And if you put that too high, then businesses can't hire people anymore, quite often because they can't afford it, and then the business goes bankrupt because the work can't be done anymore.
And that's why
because there's not enough people doing it.
I absolutely love the automatic tellers at like McDonald's or wherever you go. Even though I don't go to McDonald's, I'm just saying the fact that they've eliminated that so they can focus on the product, like the hamburgers or whatever, I think is a much better idea, because not only are they saving money, they can specialize and train their workers more and pay them whatever they want to make a better product. Yeah. I think that's a great idea.
I mean, this is why proper unions are a thing, so that you don't get ridiculously underpaid. The only problem is a lot of unions get infiltrated by left-wing radicals,
right,
and just get turned.
They're sometimes even founded by them. There's a term of salting a company. That is when you join a company deliberately with the intent of founding a union.
I'm just reading what is going on in the chat. I was like, what the hell? Everyone's like, this and that, and all of a sudden, great big Kazartitis. Like, what the hell are you talking about? Where did that come from?
Oh yeah. Abby Shapiro's great big.
I can't tell, guys. Come on.
She has great personality.
She seems like
How
a normal.
Can you not tell? They're staring right in front of you.
I honestly can't.
Yeah, it's just like it's like 2 Junes in the Gaza Strip.
All right. All right.
It looks like the Islamic sign.
I just found it weird. I was like reading the chat, like, what the hell is that?
Oh.
She's a very.
They've been doing that
woman.
since the beginning.
Oh really? Oh jeez.
Yeah.
I'll tell you something. Jacob's a very lucky man to be able to rest his head on those bosoms of loveliness.
Okay.
Yeah, those pillows.
All right. Here's Tyler Preston. The only thing that I can say about Bioshock criticizes capitalism for is that there's no real restraint. Air is literally something you have to pay for in Rapture. Human experimentation is allowed. Criminal activities, etc. Yes, these are things that would naturally exist in a marketplace because people regardless of politics or political affiliation or government association, would complain. It's that simple. And the business owner would go, oh, people are unhappy. How do I make them happy? I got to do this to make them happy. I got to do that to make them happy. That's all you're doing as a business. You're providing a service or product that people want. And if they don't want your product or service, they're not buying. That's it. So regulation comes naturally, and it comes in whatever a person complains. They could complain about anything. It doesn't matter. Oh, you're chopping trees in my backyard. How are you going to pay for that? Like, those are my trees. Whatever the environmental destruction, environmental pollution, sound, noise, business practices, manufacturing practices, all these things are going to be investigated by the public as well as by other industries or competing industries. And it's just a natural progression of making better products at lower cost.
Yeah.
Anyway. Okay. We're good.
I just want to see where this is going, because he's going to make a really shitty argument.
He hasn't made an argument yet. We're still waiting.
Well, yeah, true,
SHAPIRO.
Will actually achieve your goal. A minimum wage will not achieve your goal itself. That's the starting point of disagreement. So people just virtue signaling their intention. What, you disagree with the minimum wage because you don't want Americans to be richer? No, I want Americans to be richer, so I don't like a minimum wage.
Right, like, let's do that practically.
It's
not
so
just...
annoying when people do the sleight of hand with this and just say,
well,
oh,
it's
my
a sleight of hand
intentions
with
are sufficient.
everything.
So I also found this very funny. He talks about like what Bioshock games he likes. He says he really likes one. It doesn't.
Right, so no argument against the minimum wage thing then.
Nothing.
Yeah, he's gonna jump to the game.
He has no argument.
There's
Nothing.
no argument to this.
God, that
he's just pointing things out, really.
This makes me laugh. Yeah, it's a nervous laugh. Kavernacle. You get that just before you shit.
I wonder
your
if
pants
he understands
you're
comedy.
No. This is all nervous laughter because he knows he's got fucking nothing.
It's like Ryan Johnson.
So Jacob made that point. Okay, Kavernacle, you believe in the minimum wage. Go on, defend the minimum wage. Anyway, he goes on to talk about the Bioshock games. Okay, thanks, Kavernacle. Just another tally, like.
Damn. You just opened my mind.
This is the part where you play the average Kavernacle fan versus the Chad Hawk. It's like, bro, you've got nothing here. You've got a nervous laugh and a side glance to your fucking chocolate oranges. Don't look at them; they're going to help you.
Is this where he always says, "Well, that's just ridiculous," and he just moves on, like he did in the previous video?
That was funny.
That's just ridiculous. Now this is what happens in this video next, and that's just ridiculous. Like, come on, dude. You're a political channel. Do it. Just do your political thing.
Any defense. You're a journalist. You could have done some journalistic stuff and found some counterpoints.
You could have used
that history
degree to reference minimum wage increases in some country and talk about how it worked.
How about hey Kavernacle, you live in the UK. How about you talk about the minimum wage in the UK and how it's worked out? Kavernacle, no, don't walk away. What are you doing, buddy? No, come back. Don't just laugh. Fucking.
Oh, you're only 1K sub. Sorry, I can't talk to you.
Why do I have the feeling?
You're too old.
Why do I have the feeling this is going to be another empty video where he says nothing? He laughs at a bunch of books that are actually pretty decent, if not awesome. He makes fun of a group that just because he doesn't like it, he doesn't say why it's bad. It's just a horrible group that this guy's a part of. He hasn't addressed any of his points.
This foundation is really horrible. Okay, what did we do? Well, look at the list of books. Oh no! Say it ain't so. Gasp! Oh no, that's so horrible. This list of books. Okay. Yeah, this is gonna be a nothing video. This is gonna be an absolute nothing video.
It doesn't do as much. and really doesn't like Infinite.
The same person, Laugh and Land on my channel, asked, have you guys played the other Bioshock games? We did talk about this a little bit in our other live streams, but this is, we've only played this one. We played this one starting in October when,
we only completed this one. We have been playing Bioshock 2.
Yes, we haven't finished Bioshock 2 yet, and we haven't started Bioshock.
I have played Bioshock Infinite in the past. I was not a fan of it compared to Bioshock 1. I found it to be linear and reductive and far less interesting. Also far more up itself when it comes to the way it presented its plot.
I wonder why some...
That's fair. I mean, not everyone liked it as much. It was
no. That is an accurate description of Bioshock Infinite. It really was up itself.
So it's the one with the Troy Baker, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really was up itself.
It was.
I swear to God, if he's going to say it's because he didn't like it because it had a religious undertone to it, I'm going to fucking slap him.
I mean, I like Bioshock Infinite. I don't think it's the greatest game ever, but I still like it.
Yeah, I mean, it criticized American jingoism or the concept of American jingoism going off the rails into its own world, which is brilliant because it's no longer in America. It's literally in the clouds, and it's all allegory and religion and the father can do no wrong and all this other crazy prophetic stuff, which is cool. But
I still get a laugh of that. I still get a laugh out of that painting of John Wilkes Booth putting a gun to the back of Abraham Lincoln's head, and Abraham Lincoln's got the devil horns.
Yeah.
That still gives me a laugh. Well,
the problem with Bioshock Infinite is while Bioshock 1 and even Bioshock 2 were really good with the plots and the way they move forward, Bioshock Infinite got tangled up in itself so much to the point where it's a bit like it got convoluted, it got ridiculous, and it by the end
there were some pretty significant plot holes.
Yeah, if you watch, I talked about that in my videos, but if you look at the production, I think it was the making of, I can't remember the name of the title of the video, where they interviewed how they designed Elizabeth and how they changed her design to make it look more like a Disney princess and all this other stuff they had to cut, like her powers, what they could do, how you could use them. There was so much stuff they cut out, and it's a completely different game than what we were originally sold on in the first E3 it was trailered with. So, and people noticed that, like, hey, this is not the same this is different than what we thought.
Yeah.
So it's one of those examples, the same with Mass Effect 1. We thought we were going to get all these other gameplay options, and we never got them. So this happens in gaming, and it was a bit of a letdown. The story was crazy. I thought there was so many plot holes. It was like, all right, let's forget our logic and just enjoy the ride because it's so crazy.
Once you realize that they never go back to the original timeline, and you're just like, well, okay, you're like, so nothing really mattered what you did before then.
That was one of the big plot holes. Like, she says, if we go, we're never going to be able to come back, and yet they still act like, like they made a deal with somebody in the first reality, and then they skip like 2 or 3 over, and they're like, so we're still good with the deal, right? And they're like, no, we have no idea what you're talking about. So yeah, that's a pretty big plot hole.
And every time they go to a new one, it's a different one. And Elizabeth has no idea how to control that until later on. She sees the doors, but at that point, it's like, oh, she sees a bunch of other problems we got to deal with. So it's kind of like, we've left that world multiple times now, and we had no idea.
Any character you get connected to, the next time you see him isn't the same character. So it's like a brand new person all over again, and you don't know where you stand with stuff.
Right, and yet the main character still acts like it's the same person. Like, no, it's not.
Yeah, their lives are done. Like their connection to the past is so disconnected that.
Fink wants you to do this thing. I don't care what Fink wants me to do because it's not the Fink that I made the deal with.
Also, they continue to, jump realities in the same city instead of like opening a tear to New York or France.
Which has been shown they can do. Which was shown that they can do it.
Exactly.
All right, we are almost half done. Nothing has been argued yet.
And nothing has been said.
Come on,
why do you guys want us to cover this? I don't see the point.
I wanted to do it because I wanted to hear his arguments about Red Dead and Bioshock.
Okay.
And
it will be in the second part, I bet.
Okay.
But I bet he will not make an argument, a single one.
Yeah, he's not going to make an argument about Bioshock because he's got nothing to stand on. With Red Dead, because there's no actual... I don't think there would be any actual physical footage of those two playing the game. I'm sure he'll lie a lot more about it, which is why you've got me and Eric here, since we're connoisseurs of the Red Dead franchise.
Yeah, boy.
All right.
Someone who can himself a massive patriot, loves the founding fathers and the founding promise of America, doesn't like Bioshock Infinite. This game really shows a mirror to what America was basically founded on and how awful it treated people.
No.
What the fuck?
So you didn't play Bioshock Infinite, did you?
It's literally a revisionist history of one guy telling a lie to all of his followers because he has magical powers. And he invents a religion about him being a god or whatever, prophet of God, or like what part of that did you miss?
You know, these socialists always want games to be political. The Bioshock games are good examples of doing politics well in video games. They're part of the narrative where you just see what happens as they play out, as ideologies play out, whatever they are, whether they're political, economic, religious.
Yeah, you have no control over what the political ideologies are in the game. You don't make any
trying to survive.
You're just there, just like, I just want to get out of here. Jack just wants to get out. Subject Delta just wants to save his daughter, and Booker just wants to bring us the girl, wipe away the debt. So that's it. And then you get dragged into a bigger story as you get further in. But it's just, yeah.
It has some great ideas, like great visual ideas, great concepts of what ifs with the anachronistic music and how people can use music from another dimension to turn a profit. I thought that was really funny.
It's a really good idea. It really is a good idea, but the problem is it starts getting up its own. Like the problem with Infinite is it starts getting up its own arse about.
Hey, that way Neuralities could get more female anime stuff.
No, four is.
I always loved the idea of Elizabeth. She was like the perfect NPC character. Like she'll throw you stuff that you need. Yeah. Like, yes, this is a character who's helpful to you instead of just cowering and hiding and, making huge mistakes. She's actually helpful to the player. I like that idea. That should be something you find more in video games.
I really liked how there was the wrench in Rapture, which makes perfect sense when you're talking about an underground or underwater place. You'd have a wrench, and in Infinite, you have a skyhook on this insane trolley system, which is just crazy.
Yeah, and they actually explain it too. They actually explain it's used by the kids to get around the city,
which is ridiculous. And you go with it because it's hilarious. Like, oh my god, that
was fun though.
A culture of people in the sky, hanging by a hook on a crazy roller coaster. It's crazy.
I especially love.
It's no less insane than Rapture because you have this 1940s, 30s, 40s technology that builds this metropolis under the sea with pressures that there was no material, no technology to withstand that, and on the inside of these buildings you have this cheap looking wooden floor and wall panels and cheap concrete and all that crap, but somehow the windows are able to sustain the pressure.
And you're launching bullets at everything.
and having all these weird weird travel devices that go underwater easily, and the glass tunnels between the buildings that are totally safe all the time. Like, oh no, I wouldn't want to live there. That's a scary place.
That's terrifying. Yeah, I know. It is,
Yeah,
but it's cool.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the opposite terrifying, it's the same kind of terrifying, just on the opposite extreme of what was the city called in Infinite?
Columbia.
Yes.
Yes. Of where you can just always fall down. Just great.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I would not be living in either of them. I like solid ground. I'm okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the
But
same.
anyway,
same
So
same
yeah,
thing with
so
Bible.
guys, a conservative can like and dislike a video game even if it has potential conservative values, which it
Religiousness and
doesn't.
the founding fathers.
Yeah.
Mhm.
A bastardization of America. Yeah, people might not like that. It's possible.
But it's also possible that the story was just rubbish.
Yeah.
Years ago, and showing how the worship of the notion of America, which is obviously like, you know, racist notion of America.
No, okay, the worship of John Wilkes Booth. Gee, I wonder why they wouldn't like that.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Well, that was like one group, though. Like, I don't know if that was like a big group. It was what was it? The Order of the Raven or something like that. I forget what the actual name of the group, but it was like a cultist
like
group. Like they had a statue of John Wilkes Booth in their lobby.
It was just like the Ku Klux Klan, but in black.
Yeah.
Like they dressed like the Ku Klux Klan in black.
And they were really into birds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, also, the people of Columbine. I didn't say Columbine. Why do I keep always saying Columbine with Columbia?
Hawk, you there?
By the way, America's turned.
Hawk,
so
you cut out.
You cut out for a bit there, Hawk.
Yeah, repeat yourself.
Oh,
please.
sorry. Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, no. With the worship of John Wilkes Booth, it shows.
Hawk, you're cutting in and out.
You know what? We're gonna switch servers just to be safe. Let's go to Hong Kong.
Singapore.
Hong Kong. How are we doing?
Just you robot.
Hello?
Hello. How are we doing, guys?
Hello.
Can you hear me
Hello
okay?
there. I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Am I back? Am I alive?
Try again, sir.
You're good, Hawk.
Right. Okay. The people of Colombia don't class themselves as Americans. It's again a separatist going a bit too far. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, that's it. That's all I had. Yeah,
Okay.
you can continue. I apologize for some reason my connection's gone really low down, so I've had to use my mobile data as well. So I'll just see what happens.
Okay.
What are you downloading?
Coming like this, and how it's kind of wrong. And lots of people saw Bioshock Infinite as a criticism of actually American conservatism in general. I would say you could definitely read it like that. I think mainly it's exposing how utterly racist America was at the turn of the 20th century.
In a sense,
because of how it's played out in the century after that. You can definitely read it into it being a massive criticism of American conservatives, and lots of conservatives freaked out when this game came out as well. While some, I think it was a local Tea Party branch, actually used art from the game, which was depicting minorities in an awful way as art for one of their organizations.
Hold on.
What is that?
He did this before.
Didn't we prove that this is fake?
Yeah, this was by an extremist of that organization that got taken down. So this, you had to hunt for this.
Wow.
Yeah.
It is on. It is actually, we mention it in because the Bioshock Infinite video because your thumbnail is a picture of this that has Bear's avatar in the place of George Washington. So
here's an extremist from an organization I disagree with. Yeah, thank you. That's great. No one likes this guy. No one agrees with this guy. He stole art from a video game.
Even people of the national, yeah.
And he just, all he did was post it. He didn't say anything. He just posted the damn thing. Way to rip, look at the comment. Way to rip off a video game satire.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
Ignorant douchebags. No shit.
Where? Oh, okay. I see. 21 likes too. 91, yeah.
This is just ridiculous.
You know what? You go to any socialist or communist YouTube channel and you look at one of their videos, it'll get hundreds of views. It'll get hundreds of thousands of views. It'll get thousands of likes without even the video being watched. This happens all the time. And then you actually watch, like us, we will watch the video, and here's a video from whomever which got 300,000 views, like we did a few days ago. It's a shit video, but because it said some stuff about the gays, it's an upvote or some whatever nonsense. I think most of that crap that we got from what's her face, I don't remember her name.
Which one?
Which female? Yeah, I don't know.
Because the last 2 days, has been 2 idiotic females.
They've been so bad. It's like,
is it?
One was a maybe.
Red letter days, or is it neurality?
Well, red letter days was so. I don't know.
Everywhere.
I was in pain, just like, oh my, where are we going with this video? The one before, or the one after, rather, at least had attempted to say some stuff about anime, but God, that was a horrible take. And people love watching these shit. So that goes to show you that
people will like anything.
They will like anything just because some person or some group made some new content. And that's what I hate to say. I'm not talking about the actual thing they post. I'm talking about the thing they post about anything because it happens to be the YouTuber I like. Or the group I like.
Look at this. Look at the video. Look at the video we're covering right now. He's had nothing to say about Bioshock. He's now talking about Bioshock Infinite because he thinks he might have something.
Yeah, we're not even talking about.
This is a non-video.
We should be talking about the first game, not the third one. But
yeah.
Did he edit this? Well, he did, because he has to stream things in between.
Yeah.
So you couldn't come up with anything that makes more sense as more substance?
So we have 16 minutes of zero arguments.
No.
And all we got is Ben Shapiro is angry. Full of hate and rage.
No, you're full of hate and rage. Ben Shapiro is full of hate and rage. Yeah, and I'm full of socialist thoughts.
Kavernacle is just jealous of Ben Shapiro's laser eyes.
I don't know. It's got to be maybe the yarmulke? He wants to be Jewish?
Is it because he actually thought into his arguments?
Oh, he has laser eyes. Didn't you know?
Ben Shapiro? Oh my God.
Oh,
yes,
he does.
Yes, he can laser you away when he has an argument with you. His eyes start glowing, and then he just fries it to the bone.
That's what it means when he's destroying leftists.
I love how there's so many videos.
There was a nice little cartoon on Freedom Tunes about that. It's well paced.
Why are there so many videos of people taking down socialist arguments, but there's none of the opposite? There's no like capitalists being taken down or Republicans or
because
Democrats.
They have no arguments. They can't do it.
There's gotta be one or two. The Vosh channel exists for. There's gotta be something they're saying that they've won.
Vosh isn't saying anything. He's just in the second he's saying anything contrarian to make the other side look bad, and he says it with such confidence that it looks like he knows what he's talking about and that he's right and the other's wrong. Doesn't matter what the other's saying. Doesn't matter whether what the other's saying is making sense or not. Vosh will do the exact same thing all the time. He has no real position.
Yeah, and when you've got a group of people who are literally saying, think I do good, think other people do bad, you've got enough brainless idiots out there who will go, oh yeah, I must do good things, so I must listen to this. Doesn't matter about context, doesn't matter about content. A lot of people are that stupid, they just live on a, this is good, so I must do it, even if they have no idea what good and bad is. There's people out there, if you told them genocide was good, they'd agree to it because they wouldn't want to be seen as bad.
They already do that.
But that's the scary truth about it. And once you start realizing that, it makes sense why these idiots are allowed, not allowed to talk. Everyone's allowed to talk, but why these people have such big platforms.
All right, well, let's hopefully get to Red Dead because this is going nowhere.
Yeah.
So, very on the nose here, and I can see why a patriotic conservative maybe wouldn't like Bioshock Infinite. Now, there's a bit in the game where Andrew Ryan talks about burning down this forest he used to own.
What are you talking about? Bioshock Infinite is a perversion of the American ideals.
Hold on. He's jumped onto a different topic now.
He's talking about Andrew Ryan burning down a forest?
Yes. Yeah, Andrew Ryan actually burnt down a forest before the events of Bioshock because the government wanted him to turn it into a national park, and he said, no, it's mine. He said, well, we'll take it from you. He went, okay, that's fine, but I'll burn it to a cinder so you've got nothing left. And that kickstarts his idea to build Rapture.
I just built my own metropolis with blackjack and hookers. And child experimenting.
Yeah, no. That's really it. It was a straw that broke the camel's back. So, yeah, if we just want to roll back a little bit, just so we can start this argument.
Now, there's a bit in the game where Andrew Ryan talks about burning down this forest he used to own, above in America, because the government tried to nationalize it, and then Jacob essentially gives his take on this stuff as well.
So now we're off to go see the trees. So the interesting thing here is Ryan burned down the forest above ground. Now he's figuratively burning down the forest here to keep what's his. And it's just interesting, the mentality goes so deep. Now, the idea that you own what's yours and the government can't nationalize what you have without just recompense, yeah, that's a really obvious concept. Private property is a very moral and necessary thing, because otherwise you make it whoever's the strongest and wields the government is really in charge of everything and actually owns everyone's property, and now you make it purely a power game. Whereas if you have a culture of private property, you actually have people able to build their own lives, and the little guy can benefit in that way, rather than making it kind of feudal or whatever. But when it comes to the idea of if your forest is to be nationalized, burn it to the ground, no.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously not, because the idea is that as objectionable as it is to you as an individual, as much as you should litigate or fight to get your forest back or prevent the government from doing it, you don't have the right to destroy an inheritance like that of the land and of nature just to kind of make a political point. You don't get to do that ecological damage.
Well, no, it's your property. You can do whatever you want. So yes, he is within his rights to burn a forest down.
Yeah, but I get the sentiment here that he's saying,
Yeah, but it is ethically and morally wrong to do it.
That's true.
But he is well within his rights to just burn it down. So that's the thing.
It is legally his right to do that.
Right, but he's doing it to send a message to the government saying, this is mine, you can't have it, and now you're stealing it from me, now no one can have it. And this is my rebellion to the government.
Things like that should be a last resort option, and
that makes sense.
Yeah. And at some point, if you want to keep it, you have to prove that you are able to commit to that. And even if that just burns down part of it, the government needs to know, okay, this guy's serious. We can't just take it because he will destroy it all. Because he just started to destroy part of it just to send us the message he's serious.
Oh no, he
to just burn down the whole thing at once. That is a stupid strategy. That's not fighting. That's just being spiteful.
He does. Yeah, he does just burn it all down though. That's the thing. He burns the whole thing down, and then pretty much
that's petty.
Well,
and bad
the thing is, it was based off it was religious desire. So they said the land belonged to God, and he said, "Whoa, no, I planted these seeds."
But then you can't nationalize it.
Well, I'm just saying what happened.
Because if you nationalize it, then the government owns it. Then it still doesn't belong to God because the government isn't God.
Yeah, we'll just explain what happens in the game.
Yeah, they said it belonged to God, and they demanded that they establish a public park there. And he said it because he doesn't like the idea of handouts because he's a capitalist guy or whatever. And the quote is, "So the rabble could stand back slack-jawed under the canopy and pretend that it was paradise earned. When Congress moved to nationalize my forest, I burned it to the ground. God did not plant the seeds of this Arcadia. I did." Now, that implies he literally planted seeds. Now, he could have just bought the land, I guess, and didn't plant the seeds. But if he literally planted seeds, that means he does care. He waited 30 years to build this bloody forest. And he was so pissed off that after all that, he had no problems burning to the ground. So I would argue that he would be on his last effects of what he could have done with that options. And I'm sure he hired a bunch of lawyers if he's that rich. So he was in his rights to burn it to the ground. Is it ethical? No, it's kind of cruel. But that's a pretty big stand against the government to say, to hell with you. You don't steal what's mine.
And if it was me, I wouldn't burn down a forest because one, it would get out of control. Like, not only would I burn down my section of the forest, I'd be burning down other sections of the forest too.
There's a lot missing. There's a lot missing in that quote because we're talking about a huge swath of land with trees and God knows what.
But it's also just from Ryan's perspective as well. So
he could just be like having a metaphor,
lying through his teeth.
Yeah, exactly. He's a pretty big egoist, so it's possible.
Yeah, he could be just justifying himself.
Yeah, and we're talking about an audio log where there's not much time to give a huge story about buying and growing a forest for over decades. So
anyway, in 1912, I bought a patch of land. And by 1913, I had bought enough seeds to plant 48 acres of forest, and I used this time, and I picked apples in the summer days. And,
probably not a good time to do that in your video game. Anyway, I want to get to Red Dead Redemption because this is getting stupid now.
Because you swallow the situation of how terrible it is, and you try and do everything you can to prevent it or get it back, but it goes so far beyond your own plight, the damage that you do.
Oh, don't get drunk, man, in Bioshock.
You just accept the suck of it all. And you hate your government, but you don't destroy the forest to make the point.
Right.
You just try and deal with it otherwise. Overthrow the government if you need to, but don't burn down the forest.
So you're saying about how private property is like a moral right and it's so needed and everything.
It is.
And you're saying Andrew Ryan shouldn't have burnt down the forest, but he could have, petitioned the government, fought against the government, maybe have even overthrown the government, which is, totally rational response to someone nationalizing a forest.
Says the guy with the mask of what's his face from the UK.
Fucking V from Vendetta.
It's like freaking the revolutionaries.
That isn't the Guy Fawkes mask. That isn't the Guy Fawkes mask, is it?
It's trying to.
It's missing the beard. That's something else.
Well, he's got the beard, so he doesn't need to have.
It's redundant. Yeah, it would look stupid if he just had a mask.
He doesn't have to. That isn't the Guy Fawkes beard. What the hell?
Yeah, but we're talking about.
It's meant to. It doesn't matter, Wisp. The idea is that this man is all about the communist revolution and overthrowing government.
And he's saying it's irrational to do so, and you're like, really? It is. I agree. Yeah, it is irrational to do.
That's ironic.
I will say this. The idea of Andrew Ryan trying to overthrow the government. It's like he's just a businessman. He's just a capitalist. How is one guy going to try and overthrow the government by himself? Like, on that point, I kind of agree. Like, how would he do that? Like, how would he over a forest?
He did manage to convince people to go underneath the water in a city.
Yeah.
I understand your point, but in the world of which Rapture exists, he has a lot of sway. He brought all the top scientists and the best of the best down there with him. It's like he could have swayed people up top.
Well, I think it was really more of a hey, let's break away from our governments and start our own city, our own country, rather than let's destroy everything. You know, that was probably an easier sell. You know.
Yeah, but the main argument here is Kavernacle is now trying to say that overthrowing a government isn't a rational thing to do.
What?
Yeah, no, I get that. Yeah, I mean, I'm on your side on that, Hawk. You know.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm not arguing. I'm merely just saying that at this point in time, it shows that Kavernacle's an idiot.
Yeah.
Because his whole thing is, I must disagree with the Conservatives, and the Conservatives are making good points. I've got nothing, and the only thing I've got now is trying to overthrow the government. That's stupid, mate.
The goal is to make it look like the other side is stupid. Whatever the other side says, Worf does the same thing.
Sure.
It is always take the opposite position of the outgroup and to make it look like the outgroup is dumb. Regardless of what the outgroup says.
We have come to a point where a radical communist who wants to overthrow the government has now come out and said, overthrowing the government's not a rational idea, just to be opposite to something a conservative said.
Yeah.
A conservative who was even saying it, even not in like a serious tone. Kavernacle had to be opposite, which goes against everything he said. So he's retarded. At the end of the day,
he's like one of the things in the Cat in the Hat.
He's proven that time and time again.
He is an utter slimy grifter.
Yeah, and there's a thing I would like to bring up about the whole forest burn down thingy. Is that the old principle in Germany that we had when that the Conservatives agreed upon with the Social Democrats, but which was abandoned by the neoconservatives, the neoliberals, and of course the socialists. Mm-hmm. And that principle was that, and we have it. We even have it written in law. Although it's just there that you should uphold it, you should act by it as a core idea, is that with property brings responsibility, which means that if you have if you own that forest, you have the responsibility to care for it. If you own a bunch of houses, you have the responsibility to keep them intact and not just let them go to waste. That's kind of the idea behind that. All the socialist landlords here in Germany, but probably similar to the UK, they're champagne socialists who leave they're the worst kinds of capitalists actually, because they let their houses fall apart, bleed them out, and just raise the rent, and they don't repair anything. The socialists are the most neglectful about their property.
That's why I'm glad my landlord's a pure capitalist, since he's really helpful with my house.
Yeah, but as I said, the
same day.
Yeah, but as I said, the current iterations of all these parties, they've abandoned this principle completely. Mm-hmm. But, and he Kavernacle also doesn't seem to agree with it. What the left does, however, which they would strawman as, we are doing that, is when they want to nationalize private property, when they want to get rid of it and nationalize it, for example, usually the most common thing is to take away buildings from people to use them as housing for the poor, alleged refugees, and so on, usually without compensation for taking that away. And
all I know is
that is how they say about
property.
Yeah, well, socialists are against private property, and private property is a human right.
Yeah, but with private property is just this. If I walked into Kavernacle's room right now, do you think he'd be all right with me taking all his stuff?
Like his oranges?
No.
By his own logic, yeah.
He should be, but also by his own logic, overthrowing the government should be a rational thing.
The socialists always remember that private property is a thing when someone they don't like wants to take their stuff. That's when suddenly private property is valid again.
Mm-hmm.
Which
is why whatever he's about to say here about private property is going to be utter bullshit. So
let's just continue. This is a nothing video, so I'm just like, okay, nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's still no Red Dead Redemption.
Says that you shouldn't burn down the forest and stuff. I mean, conservatives aren't really known to care about nature so much when it comes to capitalism.
Yes, they do.
Seemingly.
Are you fucking insane?
No.
You're a fucking idiot.
Ridiculous.
Conservatives, the real conservative, and from what I've heard so far, the Shapiros there, you can classify as that. The real conservatives give a lot of shit about preserving nature. Is he literally that's part of conservatism, and since these people put the National Socialists into the right wing for some reason, those were founding a lot of natural reserves, natural parks, because these people in their part of conservatism, because it is a mix of both, did love nature.
Yeah, you know those rednecks that love the the wilds and the open land and the freedom of everything. God, they just hate nature.
You know how we get like pork and honey and wheat and all these other products we buy at the supermarket from business owners who don't only care about the land, they work the land. They work the produce.
Yeah, you know those conservative voting farmers. Yeah, they just don't give a shit about nature. They salt the earth.
Where do you think fish comes from? We just go to the ocean and then we just pull it up out of the ocean? No. We have farms. We have freshwater. We have saltwater farms.
Oh, we do?
Yes. We have all kinds of farms for all kinds of things we consume, because if they don't have a supply of produce to sell or animals to kill and slaughter, they don't make any more money. They have to raise it.
Fishing is the thing, though.
There are fishermen who just go out there and go to the ocean. Yeah, it's true.
They're called the French. They're called the French.
Yes.
I'm not even joking about that. They just strip mine the whole bloody place. But the reason, the problem is with people like this, there always used to be a joke because there was a young lass who moved up from London to my hometown, which is up in the north of England, a small little northern town, and she was working on a farm that grew vegetables and did the whole dairy, the average thing. And someone said, "Can you go pick, the carrots and the vegetables up?" Anyway, she started going to her car, and they're like, "What are you doing?" Because I'm going down to Tesco's to pick up the vegetables. He went, "No, from the ground where they grow, we make them here." She thought that vegetables and carrots were made in the supermarket.
How?
She had no idea. No, because people in the cities where this guy lives and where most of the socialists are have no idea of what goes behind. They think everything's just made in a factory somewhere or made in a supermarket.
Yeah, but how would you? I want to know what goes on in her head when she thinks that the carrot is made in the supermarket. Like, how does that work? What image does she have in her head about how the carrot comes to
they don't think about it. They don't understand. It's like people don't understand why the fields are all patchworked. It's like because they're different things that we grow. They're like, but why is it all different? Because they're different things that we grow and like graze cattle on and do different things.
That just tells me she's never been outside before.
but this is other people. It's like there's that tweet where that guy is flying from New York to California, and he takes that picture of the Midwest or something. I don't know, the middle part of America, and he goes, look at the land. It's lovely artwork, and it's just fields of like farming land. But his brain doesn't comprehend that that's farming land. He thinks it's some sort of modern art thing for people on planes to look at.
Oh boy!
This is
what?
Honestly, and this is the thing. We're being told that just because we're right wing or even centrist, we don't like nature by a bunch of people whose only nature they see is from their high-rise flat. Is the small flipping Venus flytrap they bought at a fucking fair 20 years ago or something. Do you know what I mean? They live in these block buildings with just concrete everywhere, and they tell us, the centrists and right-wingers who live in the country, but we don't care about nature. Bitch, I live in more nature than you'll ever see. Do you travel to try and get like a walk in a nice park? Oh, I bet you go around Hyde Park. Have you seen Hyde Park? The grass looks like it's from the savannah because it just does not get looked after. Right? It is disgusting. And that's the greenest part of London. I only have to walk, not even 5 minutes down my road, and I'm in a luscious park with trees and duck ponds and big open fields and stuff. If I walk 10 minutes the other way, it's more fields and it's gorgeous and lovely. But I don't like nature because I'm not a communist. Bitch, get out. What a stupid argument. What a stupid argument from a guy who lives in like Tottenham, because I know he lives in London. What a stupid argument. Fucking concrete centre of the earth.
All right. I don't know if we're going to continue with the super chat, but it's mic test again. Wisp, is healthcare a human right?
What again?
Is healthcare a human right?
Care?
Health care.
Health?
Healthcare.
Yes.
That's a difficult one, and I am very tired.
All right, let's not do it.
I'll say one thing on it.
Oh.
Healthcare is an achievement and a luxury good of a functioning society and economy. Mm-hmm. It is not the same as what is formulated under the Human Rights Charter, which at times are formulated as positive rights. That is already bad writing for law. But healthcare is nothing you can enforce that is so basic as free speech or the privacy of your communication or the right to property. Healthcare is you could say a societal technology that is a tier above that. Therefore, you cannot make it a human right. You can make an ethical argument for it that if someone is sick as a social species, we are beholden to for ethical reasons to provide every care we can afford. But it cannot be. I don't think you can argue about it, but I don't think you can make the case finally that healthcare should be a human right. Or or rather should be, yeah, maybe, but can it be? I don't think so. Because it's not basic. Human rights are about absolute basics. Like food and water are not human rights. They're necessities. They're absolute necessities, but they're not human rights. If anything, they're covered under that no deliberate harm should be done to you. You have bodily integrity, and deliberately withholding food and water from you when it could easily be given to you, that would be doing active harm to you. When healthcare could be provided to you because there is an excess of it and you are in need, or you would die if you wouldn't get it, then you can make the argument under bodily integrity that it should be provided when it is possible. You cannot make the argument that if you are in a desert and there is no water, that you have a human right to get water, because there is none. I think that is where the parallel to healthcare. There was more than I thought I could say on it. I'm surprised.
All right, no problem. Okay, I really want to get to Red Dead because he has said nothing so far, so hopefully he has more to say about
Bioshock.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Seemingly, the American conservative movement backing Trump doing everything while he was totally deregulating
Trump!
the EPA and putting fossil fuel lobbyists in charge of the EPA. And of course, trying to even let uranium mining occur in national parks. These American conservative capitalists seemingly don't care about nature, so I find it quite odd. Maybe this is
those
one
are
of the few
neocons.
American conservatives who cares about the environment. He also says he always listens to Ben Shapiro's show. Abby also says that as well. Ben Shapiro has been a well-known climate skeptic until about the last year or something.
Oh, and you just agree with everything someone says about the climate, really?
Yeah, I guess.
Which has changed his tone every time, every decade. It's warming, it's cooling, it's not warming, it's not cooling. The ice caps are melting. Now they're gigantic. Now they're small. Like
New York's been predicted to be underwater 7 times this decade. So come on, hurry up, guys.
2012's coming.
You're behind
it's
schedule.
Up, it's down, it's round and round.
Yeah.
It's all the same.
Sea
Mass
levels,
famine in year 2000.
The sea levels are behind schedule. They're not working properly. Someone should need to fix the sea levels that finally everything's underwater, for fuck's sake.
Did everyone enjoy the massive amount of damage that the fuel shortage that would cause untold hunger in 1990 that would kill over 1 billion people? Oh wait, that never happened. They've been doing this shit since 1964. There's literally a list. I have a list of every single prediction they've made since 1964, and each time it's the same every decade there's a set of bullshit and we just keep adding a different year to it.
Yeah, and just on
so now it's 2030. Listen, we're 9 years away. 2030. I'm not holding my fucking breath. So
yeah, when I was younger, I believed in it too, but it's just getting ridiculous. It's like the Aztec doomsday thing, the planet alignment thing. It's on the same level as that. It's esoteric nonsense to make people spend money on certain things. And
the thing is, if you look at historical records, not these stupid records they have in they go when records began, actual journals and stuff from the times, and you look at how the weather was going back then. You look at from time of written language, there's always been ups and downs with stuff, going through the exact same shit, and it's just ridiculous. The River Thames,
and it's still not as warm as it once was.
Yeah, the River Thames in the UK, used to freeze over in the 1800s. It stopped, but didn't
they were ice skating
before that period. Yeah,
it was a tradition to ice skate on the Thames.
You know what?
Yeah, but didn't used to do it in other periods of time.
What's ironic about this is because he was deregulating so many things by the EPA, it was estimating that it will increase wages by $30 billion by 2024. He is actively trying to increase wages.
I always have to laugh. That during lockdown, when no travel was happening, that at the peak lockdown, it did not just no difference to climate change. The world actually increased the amount of CO2 it produced.
What?
I remember that.
I have an idea how. Because we all sit at home and have all our electronic devices running that require more energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. That's funny.
Yeah, we had that.
So their idea of stopping everything means there's more CO2 pumped into the atmosphere. So, well done. So
we did it, guys. We saved the planet.
Yeah, no, this is true.
I just want to say something on the oil thing, and that is, the prediction was made with the amounts of oil fields that were known, and then we find this big stuff in Venezuela that is even more than in Saudi Arabia. Then, before the Syria intervention happened, I wonder how that is connected, there was oil found under the Golan Heights, which is more than there is in Saudi Arabia.
Oil is always being created because it's a natural process.
Yeah, but just with these two cases, we now have triple the oil. That's not counting anything else on the planet. Just with these two things, we have now triple the oil that we have from Saudi Arabia. So I think we'll last a bit longer on that horrid stuff. And on top of that, depleted oil fields, the companies can come back to them a couple years later, and the wells are replenished to a degree because all the rock, all the sediment is seeping out more oil, so it refills to a degree that is relevant to mine again, or to pump out again. And so we cannot even make proper estimates. The only estimate we can make is that there is way more oil available than any estimates we ever had. Like, this stuff will last us centuries.
Money.
All I know is you have to, in the UK, for the electric batteries in certain vehicles, you have to power a diesel generator for 12 hours running to charge up a vehicle, so you can get 2 hours of work out of it. So you've got to keep a diesel engine running for 12 hours so that an electric engine has enough power to do 2 hours work.
Yeah,
that's their vision of a nice, cleaner environment. Because they're fucking idiots.
I've seen the photos of electric cars being powered by diesel generators on trucks. Like, what the fuck are you doing? So while I do like the idea of electric cars, they have I like how they feel to drive, but the whole technological story about that is it's a completely different topic, and it's a giant topic. It has pros, it has cons. The relevant part I'm just saying is oil is basically worthless. It only has as much value as it has because it is artificially limited, similar to the diamond waterfall of southern Africa. There are so many diamonds that are withheld from the market, so that the diamonds that do exist, that are on the market, have this insane level of value. If you threw out the diamonds that are on stockpile, that have already been mined, stuff would be as worthless as coal, or maybe even more. We would burn them. Maybe we would burn them in coal factories, because you can burn diamonds. They just have a higher burning point, and then they burn like mad. Because it's in the end it's just carbon, and the point is also natural diamonds are worthless to industry, for industrial use, because we can artificially create them. Every time you have a diamond drill nowadays that's laced with diamond, those are not natural diamonds. Those are artificially grown diamonds. We have absolutely no use for natural diamonds beyond jewelry. It's pointless. Diamonds are worthless. Oil is worthless. It only has worth because it's artificially limited.
All right. So again, now he's changing gears to the environment argument. I don't know why he's doing this. Let's just keep going. I'm still waiting for something.
Yeah, let's just keep going. Yeah.
seriously meant to believe that this guy cares about this stuff. Now, this took place across 2 streams, but I want to get to the Red Dead Redemption 2 part.
You've said nothing.
So,
Finally,
who make Red Dead and the people involved in that game, especially the high management, are pretty awful people. And
here we go.
Rockstar's.
Wait, hold on. Pretty awful people.
Because they're not pandering enough of your bullshit.
Hold on. I'll answer this. They had a crunch, but they rewarded their staff after the crunch.
And that makes them bad.
Unlike Naughty Dog?
That makes it. Unlike Naughty Dog
unlike Naughty Dog.
Was it? What's the people who made The Witcher again?
CD Projekt Red.
CD Projekt
Red. Yeah, because they had that crunch of Cyberpunk. Because that was a big thing. They went because they were made pretty much the same time. That was a big thing where both had a big massive crunch, but where Rockstar rewarded at least and acknowledged its staff for doing it. CD Projekt Red just ignored it and were shit. So
we're not gonna do anything.
Kavernacle. You know, if you did some journalistic investigation, you'd figure that out. But me, being a guy who's just got a bit of spare time, I've just got spare time. I found that out. It's not that.
How long did that take you?
5 minutes.
Oh, I guess he just doesn't have 5 minutes.
No, he's probably just out looking for more chocolate oranges or something. I don't know. It takes up a lot of time. Anyway, sorry to press pause. Let's keep going.
Become extremely. Most Rockstar games have a very strong criticism of capitalism. GTA games are always satirizing American politics, American capitalism. You could read them as anti-capitalist, maybe, but I'd say at the least it's a capitalist critique in a lot of ways. But Red Dead Redemption 2 has a pretty strong...
No, you fucking idiot. They're a reflection of society.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, you know those gangsters.
That doesn't automatically mean it's a critique of anything.
You know those gangsters making money? Yeah.
Yeah, it's an
and trying to run businesses and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know those capitalist businesses that make money? Yeah.
And Kavernacle, if I or anyone made a video game that is a reflection of socialist reality in the USSR or Maoist China, you would call that anti-communist propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
You would call that reactionary.
Mm-hmm.
But when the negative side of society that is not communist is shown, you say, "Oh, it's anti-capitalist. It's great." You're a fucking idiot. You are the type of nationalist that George Orwell was described in his work. Please, everyone, read this little book. Please do it. Please.
Do it now.
All right, let's get into Red Dead. Come on, let's get into Red Dead.
So GTA is a potential attack on capitalism. Didn't know that. Okay, that's great.
Mm-hmm. I'm just come on. Let's see what
anti-corporate, anti-imperialist, and anti-racist strain running through it.
Really?
But in the first stream when he mentions this, he's talking about what other games that are anti-left can we play, because Bioshock's an anti-left game, and then he talks about that Red Dead's cast are parasites who leave destruction in their wake, and Arthur Morgan is the embodiment of a selfish person.
Yes, he's
Why is every sentence that you speak ending with a question mark?
Well, Arthur Morgan.
Because he can't figure out a constructive argument.
But the thing is, the Van der Ling gang are pretty much parasites. Wherever they go, they just take away the wealth and stuff from people.
Yeah, they're criminals.
Yeah, they're criminals. They're outlaws.
I mean, Arthur is just following orders as he's given, right?
Yeah, but the problem is he knows he's a bad man, and he accepts that he's a bad man. It's only with his tuberculosis that he gets his redemption, because he goes, you know something, I don't have to be a bad person. I can be more, which is why he helps John Marston and his family escape. It's why he helps Sadie. It's why he allows Trelawney to leave. It's why he even though he kicks out Strauss, he does it for Strauss's own good, as in just leave and all that. It's why he lets Mary Beth, and he helps Tilly. You know,
He tries to even forgive.
And later on in the game, there's missions where you can refuse to accept the monetary rewards you get from those missions.
Yes. Yeah, it's like when he helps the Braithwaite and the Greys kids who are going off, Penelope and I can't remember what the
there's also
Romeo and Juliet lovers.
There's also the Downs family too.
Yeah, but the Downs family, because
the damage he caused, and he tries to at least fix it somewhat.
Yeah, he goes. I'm not looking for forgiveness. Yeah, he goes. I'm not looking for forgiveness, but too many people have died because of pride, and he knows that that's like him as well. That's the point of his redemption arc. So, yeah, they're right by saying that he is a bad person and he isn't good. And at the end of the day, the Dutch Van der Linde and his gang, they may have in the long, long past maybe stolen from the rich and given to the poor, but that's so far in the past that even Arthur can't remember it, and even John can't remember it. And now they just steal.
Oh yeah, it gets out of control. And it all starts with the Blackwater heist going AWOL, and when even that innocent woman or whatever.
It's not Jenny, because that's part of the group. It's I can't remember who it is. They shoot a young girl, but they shoot up the whole town. But even before then, Hosea and Arthur talk about how the fact that whatever they thought the gang was, it's long been different. That's what it is. But yeah. I like Arthur Morgan. Arthur Morgan's a great character, but you've got to accept that he's a bad person. That's what makes him a good character.
Anyway. With the theme and stuff like that, but nonetheless interesting. We might look at that, but Red Dead Redemption 2 would be a lot of fun. The game's whole, a lot of themes, robber baron kind of stuff with the Leviticus Cornwall enemy, the idea of the government cramping down on the individual's romantic life of the outlaw, and how sad and bad it is that the way of the outlaw is coming to an end, except that the main character and his gang are a bunch of horrifying parasites who only leave destruction and death in their wake, and are incredibly morally myopic, selfish, disgusting people. So the game really undercuts its own dramatic narrative and characterization. You can listen to it.
I really don't understand how someone who's played this game thinks these guys are like parasites and selfish, and Arthur Morgan is a bad person. Even if you choose to be bad as Arthur Morgan, his narrative is generally pretty positive, especially that's why it's called redemption, because even
to get redemption means you've done something wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand what the word redemption means?
No, he doesn't.
No, redemption is impossible in communism.
Yeah, regardless. The redemption of Arthur Morgan comes in chapter 6 when he's dying. Because up until then, he's still doing everything bad. In chapter 6, he starts doing good things.
Right. But that's what's weird about what Kavernacle just said, is that even if you play as low honor, it's like...
Yeah, if you play as low on it, then you're still you're an incredibly bad person. The fucking...
Right.
To get low honor, you've got to murder and steal.
Mm-hmm.
And not help people.
I don't get it. What a redemption I mean,
just because he's got Red Dead Redemption in the title doesn't mean he's always going to be good, because then there'd be no need for redemption, would there?
Yeah, it's if you save John, maybe. Like when I mean, when you play as low honor and you save John, maybe. Would you say?
Yes, maybe. Yeah, it would be like him finally at the very end realizing.
Yeah,
but that's the thing. But you can't. But they are parasites, and like Dutch is using the Native Americans' plight with the government as a cover. So he's just using them as cannon fodder to distract the government.
And he gets one of the sons killed.
Yeah, he gets Eagle Flies killed.
And because he decides to leave Arthur behind, because Arthur questions, questions Dutch's motives.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Even Micah, the destruction he caused in what was that town? Rhodes?
Strawberry.
Where he was locked up. Oh, Strawberry, yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How many people did they kill over there?
Arthur helps him out. Yeah, Arthur even helps him with that.
Yeah, he kills a woman. They do leave a wake of destruction.
Yeah. Everywhere. The Braithwaite Manor gets burnt to the ground.
Oh,
numerous people get killed. You've got Valentine gets shot up after shepherding a herd of sheep in because Leviticus Cornwall catches up with them. Then in chapter 3, they burn the Braithwaite manager down, and Rhodes gets shot up because the Greys find out about you double-crossing them. Strawberry gets shot up by Micah and Arthur. Then Saint-Denis, you have the trolley robbery, which leaves loads of people dead. And then you've also got the main robbery, which causes the group to get stranded on Guarma. And then in chapter 6, you've got the last train
don't forget
robbery,
the riverboat heist.
The riverboat heist, yeah, that one as well.
Oh, yeah.
And so, yeah, they do leave a trail of destruction everywhere. And then you've got in Annesburg, when they actually kill Leviticus Cornwall, Dutch does, that causes the whole town to get pretty much, there's a massive gunfight in that sleepy, mining town. So, yeah, there's destruction everywhere, just so Dutch can keep robbing stuff.
Yeah. But if you think about it, he's got a plan. They're going to Tahiti.
There's always a goddamn plan, Dutch.
Plan.
And a train.
Oh, a train, yeah.
So, yeah.
All right, here's some super chats. Let's keep going. Here's some super chats from Mike Testa. Climate change should not be your main priority. Tell that to the Green Party here in Canada, guys. That's trying to tell them that, but Vladimir Dragunov. Mika should have been left to rot. Okay. I don't know what your plan. Micah.
Oh, don't worry. The Green Party in Germany. The Green Party in Germany is so obsessed with climate change that they tear down natural reserves, forests, in order to build wind parks.
What? Okay.
Yeah, no,
let's kill some
the
birds.
Europeans are weird.
Yeah,
I'm not joking.
Wow.
But Micah
did it, guys.
to rot in that strawberry prison. By the way, if that had happened, none of the problems would have occurred.
Yeah, totally. I never wanted to do that mission.
Yeah, no, I left it until the very end of chapter 2. So
here's Vladimir again. Imagine naming your town after a fruit. Hey, I like that idea. I wouldn't mind growing up in blueberry.
Strawberry.
I like blueberries.
Strawberries are lovely.
Pineapple.
Pineapple. Yeah, that's a good one too.
But Strawberry is actually a really nice town.
I'm sorry. Matthias doesn't like pineapple.
Here's Vladimir.
He's right.
Mangoes, Arthur. Mangoes.
Fucking mangoes.
Tahiti. I hear Tahiti's nice this time of year.
Anyway,
what do you mean? No, nothing. It's just a
We're in Guarma.
Anyway, we're past the 3-hour mark.
Where's Guarma?
Let's hopefully get to some point.
Wrap this up.
Well, I don't know if we're going to wrap it up. Let's try and get to an argument.
Rush it.
Even if you have the bad ending, he does largely redeem himself.
No.
We got Jack. He's safe. Mrs. Adler will take you to him. But, John, I want you to know this. He loved you. He loved you, and Jack, he did. He wasn't perfect, but he did. Now, you gotta go get that boy. Go on, get out of here.
Arthur, what are you doing?
I gotta go have a little chat before I get much sicker.
No, Arthur.
Don't you owe Arthur me. Neither of you two. Not now. You both know. I gotta go settle some things. You go get that boy. There'll be time for sorrow later.
He doesn't talk about.
That's not the ending, though.
I love it. He got footage from the Low Honor playthrough.
Yeah, but that's also the exact same lines you use with the High Honor.
I believe it's different, actually, isn't it?
No, it's not. It's not different.
Well, I know there's one line that's changed.
Yeah, well, there's like a few words, maybe slightly different, but it's pretty much exactly the same. So that's not the ending.
Nope.
So show us the low ending, the Low Honor ending. Show us the ending of Arthur crawling in the dirt with a knife in his back as Micah kills him, or the ending where Micah shoots him through the head. That's the low ending stuff. So show us that. Oh, no, you're not, because it doesn't prove your point. Anyway.
Why would you?
Don't show the scene set way before a good 30 minutes before the actual ending. Nearly an hour before the ending. Well, okay, whatever.
I'm gonna get the money.
For other games and says that, remember, we need games that flex on the left, and he brings up Red Dead Redemption 2 again.
And throw things in the hopper, but remember, it's all about flexing on the left and demonstrating what conservatism is in some way. So Bioshock, very natural way to do that. Red Dead Redemption 2 with its themes of like, oh, you know, the oppression of the individual by the encroachment of society, with a very like Joker movie form of like, oh, we move into society stuff. That's also a great opportunity to flex on the left and demonstrate conservatism. So just anything that fits that theme is potential. So please, opine, throw something our way.
Now, he paints Red Dead Redemption 2's message as one of stopping government control. Government control. I don't think it has that message at all. I think...
Well, then you're wrong and you're fucking stupid.
I think Red Dead Redemption's message is about the growing threat of industrialization in that time to the environment. There's literally a...
What?
Wait a minute. What?
So it's not about government control? What was he talking about?
What the fuck are you on about? It's just about the end of the outlaw life, because civilization is coming. People are getting civilized. You can't just shoot up everywhere and just rob people left, right, and centre without consequences.
Is he just
what does industrialization? What does industrialization on the environment? What? No, that's not the no.
They're just getting resources, right?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's just the fact that the U.S. government no longer wants. The U.S. government no longer wants large gangs of outlaws causing people to not want to settle in land and stuff. They want a civilized world. Even Arthur himself says our way of life is ending, and he has to accept that because it's, times change.
Mm-hmm. And Dutch is going against the change.
Yeah, and this is also what he also realizes. This is how it starts. It kickstarts as if you're higher on it, especially your redemption arc, is because you realize that Dutch is never going to change. There is no plan. There is no end to Dutch. There is no going to a nice warm island. There is no going to buying a piece of land. And he realizes that all that's going to happen with Dutch is he will end up taking on the government one too many times, and everyone is going to die. And that's why he wants to get John, his family, and other non-combatants like Tilly, Karen, Mary Beth, Uncle Pearson, and all them lot out of the firing line and into safety.
And John and his family. It's almost like Dutch is consumed by his ideology.
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting?
It's like a cultish ideology, which, and as Dutch says, I can't fight change. But the problem is I can't stop, and there's like, you know, it's like gravity. And then he jumps off a cliff.
All it needs is a little push. Oh, wrong movie.
Yeah. But it has nothing. There's industrialization, but it's civilization coming to the old. It's civilization coming to the old west and realizing that there are consequences to your actions. So,
yep.
Yeah, because the Dutch Vanderlingen has to pay for what they did in Blackwater because it was that bad, and nothing that they do will ever wash themselves of what happened. It's why
if he sees Dutch as a hero.
He probably does.
Arthur was wrong.
All right.
Whole line around Native Americans who are losing their land because of Leviticus Cornwall, this industrialist.
Bad business.
It's to do with oil. I know it is, but I need the proof. I believe there were some prospectors who were on their land a few months ago who have filed reports with Leviticus Cornwall and the state government claiming huge reserves of oil under their land.
Need a file by the Leland Oil Development Company. The one about the oil near Wapiti?
But the message in this game with the Cornwall character, he is way more prominent than any government entity, and it's more about him.
No, he's not, because you've got the pink.
They robbed him, didn't they?
They're way more prominent than any government official.
Hawk, you're back.
You cut out there for a little bit.
Oh, sorry. No, the problem was I was about to say the Pinkertons, and I just stopped because I just can't be asked to just argue it, because at this point in time the Pinkertons were given mandate by the US government, so they are part of the US government at this point in time within the story sense. Agent Milton is a bigger enemy. Leviticus Cornwall is only in 2 cutscenes. In fact,
yeah, and Cornwall's only after them because Dutch and his gang stole from him. That's the only reason.
Yeah. Then you have like Colonel Favors, a U.S. military, leader who wants to start a war to get some glory. But you've also got Major. I can't remember. There's a major who wants to help the Wapiti tribe. So they're members of the U.S. government. They're government officials. In fact, the major is actually sent by Washington to do a report on what's happening. So he is a government official. So your point's wrong. Leviticus Cornwall only appears in 1 cutscene in Chapter 2. Then his next appearance, he gets shot by Dutch in Chapter 6.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And that's it.
Because Dutch.
And we're talking about crazy. A game. We're talking about a game where I've spent at least 180 hours as Arthur. So 2 small cutscenes is what you get. Not really a recurring threat. Well, not recurring threat, but a recurring character to see.
Yeah, and they talk about him a lot, but that's about it.
Yeah, but then they also talk about Milton a lot, and they also talk about other stuff. They talk about Angela Bronte a lot. They talk about the Braithwaites a lot. They talk about there's so many. Right. There's so many characters.
Yes, Fussar.
And Alberto Fussar and Simon Levar and stuff. So, yeah.
You will have the money to get more.
Mm-hmm. Ah, Hercule. How little we saw you.
Yeah, that's his name, Hercule. Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Love that guy.
Yeah. Anyway, now we can continue because he's just wrong.
Wrong.
Him, and you have different villages and towns in Red Dead that are becoming more industrialized, and you see the smoke, and even people like Dutch and Arthur, they don't like this industrialization, they don't like this pollution and stuff. They love nature and they love the outdoors.
The story's got nothing to do with fucking pollution.
no.
You
I don't think.
cunt.
I don't think Arthur gives a shit.
What the fuck? How you?
It's about climate change.
Red Dead Redemption 2 has nothing to do with the pollution of nature. What are you on about?
I don't know, dude. This fucking guy.
How could you play this game and think it's about the pollution of nature?
Does Kavernacle want to like go back to like primitive society where everyone just hunts for food and rubs sticks together?
Yes.
Like, what is he advocating here?
That is unbelievable. You have missed the point.
Yeah,
I guess John Marshall's the supporter of all that because he gets a house.
So far he did not come across to me as an anarcho-primitivist.
Yeah,
that's what that would be.
Yeah.
This is.
Oh, that's funny.
My mind is still blown about the fact that his idea is the story of Red Dead is about the pollution of the environment.
So, does Arthur Morgan care about pollution that much?
I don't think he does.
Arthur Morgan, no,
not even a little bit.
He likes nature, but he accepts that civilization is coming because he's already in a civilization. He knows that things have been improving. He's just accepted that their way of life of being outlaws is coming to an end. That's it.
And it's not even the focus on that, really.
Yeah,
because he's got more important issues like fucking TV.
Yeah, but even then, he's not interested in nature because at the end of the day, he's more concerned about not being shot by the Pinkertons.
Right.
Who are literally chasing them all over the place.
And those are government officials.
Yeah. They're the precursor to like the FBI in Red Dead Redemption or the Bureau or the BOI.
Brutal.
Yeah, the Bureau of Investigation, which will come in Red Dead 1, with stuff because obviously it's not in our world and everything like that.
Right.
So
I think even Arthur there's some stranger missions, if I remember correctly, where he was actually kind of fascinated by some of the technology. Like that guy.
Yeah, you've got Marco Dragic, the inventor. But then you've also got missions with Albert Mason, who's a nature photographer. But he helps the guy build a primitive electric chair, which doesn't work. So he's
that was funny.
He's he's the victim is feeling no pain. Oh God, kill me now!
Oh yeah, that was funny. No, the chair worked. The chair worked. Yeah, just not in the way he thought it would.
The chair had a 200% kill rate. It killed both the guy and the professor. But yeah, so he's fine with technology and he's fine with progress. It's just the fact that he knows all this progress means the end of his way of life.
There
was that mission where Arthur was driving the little remote controlled boat, and he was having a good time with that.
Yeah. And that was having fun.
I think there's also
he helps build that guy build a robot.
Mm-hmm.
With the by plant the pylons.
Well, and he also likes the guy. Yeah. When he goes on dates with Mary, he seems pretty content with going to a theater, and imagining a life where they could be together.
Yeah,
but it just never happens. Because his obligations to Dutch.
Yeah, and also his obligations to getting the Marstons out.
Yeah.
So.
All right.
But no, it's not about environmentalism. It's
why do they always try to put their current policies into like?
It's bad enough that they have a religion of politics now. Now they have a religion on top of that, which is environmentalism. It's very strange. They just sort of branch out to another obsession that must be defended.
I've just never heard this argument for Red Dead Redemption 2, and I've never heard this. This is what the story's about. No.
We're talking about the late 1800s and the early 1900s.
About 1899.
Why are you trying to invest these current politics and environmentalism? I just...
Anyway.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah. Yours.
Okay, there she is. A real city. The future. Big cities. They're always repellent.
I would really not say at all that Red Dead Redemption 2 has some sort of like conservative, small government message, because I feel like its message on the government isn't very, very apparent. It's more about capitalism, corporatism, and industrialization. But also,
How is it about corporatism?
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know how it's about capitalism either.
Talking about Red Dead 1? I don't even think there was any in Red Dead 1.
No, there wasn't. No. But that scene of them saying a big city is the fact that they don't like going into big cities because there's like an actual police force. It's more modernized. It's got nothing to do with the smog coming from chimneys. They don't care. It's just the fact that
they even had a party down there. They were all right. Dutch was seeing opportunities.
Yeah, but it's more the fact that in a big city you're against an armed police force, while in a western town you're against a sheriff and maybe one or two deputies that you can deal with.
Okay, Kubernacker. Let's.
Find it absolutely hilarious. He also said, Arthur Morgan was selfish. And let's think about his arc. Let's get into this a bit more, right? So Arthur Morgan starts off as this criminal in Dutch's gang, but then he sort of slowly, comes to regret his past and what he's become and what he's done. And as the game goes forward, he slowly opens up about what an awful life he's had. And when he gets spoilers, don't listen to me talk if you don't want this game spoiled for you. When he gets diagnosed with a terminal disease, which is probably likely to kill him, TB, then he starts to reassess his life. And what he wants to do with the remainder of his life is help out his friends, help out the people who are always nice to him, and try and give him a better start.
No, I think I've pushed all I can. Come on, you go. We ain't got time for this, not now. We ain't both gonna make it. Go. Now, I'll hold him off. It would mean a lot to me. Please. There ain't no more time for talk. Go. Arthur, go to your family. Arthur! Get the hell out of here and be a goddamn man.
And he essentially redeems himself by helping to save John Marston and set him on a path to have a life with his family. This guy is not a selfish guy. He literally gives it all for his friends and everyone like that. And like I said, you can...
So chapter 1 to 5, he's also really nice?
No. Yeah. Even though you're killing people, but yeah. Really nice guy. Killing innocents.
Yeah, killing innocents, robbing people, murdering people, burning people alive. The usual stuff. Yep. Usual stuff that nice people do.
Gotcha.
So that's kind of weird. He seems to sort of get it.
It's literally the TB diagnosis that makes him change, because he realizes that it's all been for nothing. So
that is so strange.
This is what makes Arthur such an interesting character, is the fact that there is a goodness in him. But as Mary goes, he's fighting a giant inside of him, and the giant always wins. And the giant is always loyalty to Dutch's gang and doing bad things for Dutch's gang. And the good man that's inside is trying to break out. and it's only through TB and dying the good man is able to come out, and he's able to, you know, be the man he should have been, not what Dutch molded him into.
And in a way, it's sort of like a consequence from what he did to Thomas.
Well, a story of redemption, if you don't know, is a man realizing his faults and trying to be better. This is a story of doing bad things. And I guess, is chapter 6 the last chapter, or chapter 7 the last chapter?
Yeah, there's 6 chapters.
Okay.
And then, and Arthur dies at the end of chapter 6.
So it's not so much a story of redemption. It's a story of just going around shooting, killing, and stealing. And then the 6th chapter is, I gotta be a better man now. So
yeah,
that's how it goes.
It's him realizing that Dutch has lied to him his entire life, and Arthur's given him everything, and it's Arthur realizing that he doesn't want this life for other people, which is why he wants to get John out.
So you can argue
it's really him just.
Yeah, the ending of the story is the redemption. The whole story itself is pretty much him just going around being a bandit.
Yeah, the main story of it is the fall of the Van der Linde gang and what happened to make him collapse.
Maybe he's because he sort of starts realizing how fucking crazy Dutch is, because he keeps making oddball decision.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to explain is that the main actual story of it is the collapse of the Van der Linde gang, because then it leads into the events what happened in the first game where John Marston's got to hunt down the remnants of it. So that's what the story is. Chapter 6 is where it starts kicking into gear, when everything starts to... The collapse is a lot quicker than it should be, you know. And then that's when Arthur decides he's got to help people and get out and do stuff, because it's getting worse and worse. So,
all right,
yeah,
good.
There's slight redemption, but you could even say there is no redemption depending on how you play chapter 6. So,
yeah,
that's a joy of Arthur's character. You can give him the redemption, or you can just not, because there's another ending where you leave John and go for money hidden away. At which point it's like you've gone back for selfish reasons. So
sticking to Dutch.
Let's just keep going.
Choose it as a bad guy. You can do awful stuff. You can do all of that. But it doesn't really change Arthur's arc that much outside of like some conversations and stuff. He saves John Marston, Sadie, and John Marston's family, and he treats them, you know, generally pretty well. Getting to the parasite comments, I guess he's talking about how, you know, Dutch and the gang rob people and everything like that. And if you're a capitalist, maybe that makes you quite mad, because they're generally robbing like giant corporations. But also, let's get to the social.
Criminals are not capitalists; they're criminals.
Yeah, but also they're not just robbing. They're not just robbing from the corporations. They're not robbing from Apple in 1899. They're literally robbing from the. Arthur beats up a farmer for a debt. Arthur beats up people for debt.
He beats up a German guy.
He
didn't have any money.
Polish guy. Yeah, and stole his watch and everything. He takes money from, like, he just takes money from everybody. He robs and steals normal houses.
If you become an asshole, you can rob anybody, everybody.
Yeah.
And I'm so tired of Kavernacle saying like, oh, it doesn't make a huge difference. It actually does.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, he goes, oh, he just robs corporations. They rob everybody. Everybody's a target. They talk about how Sean talks about, oh, I got a tip off from a hunter, had a couple of beers with him, then I robbed him blind. And it's like, yeah, they just robbed a random person blind who'd been nice to him. They just rob everybody. They hold up trains and steal from, you know, innocent passengers. The Blackwater job, they robbed a bank with other people's money in it. What's that? Sticking it to the man.
And they killed an innocent woman.
Yeah.
That goes off the deep end in that moment.
In fact, the only corporation, the only corporation they may steal from is Leviticus Cornwall. And that's about it. That is said in the story. So, no, they're not robbing from the corporations because there's no corporations in the fucking thing. You fucking idiot.
Commentary. Like, if you read Red Dead Redemption 2 as an American conservative and think it's anti-left, I think you're missing, like, so much of the game. Because Arthur Morgan teams up with the suffragettes and drives.
He doesn't team up with the suffragettes.
No, he doesn't. He's just driving the fucking thing. Up.
He's literally just there because Beau, B-E-A-U, that's his name. Or Beau. Beau, is that how you pronounce it? Beau?
The horse or the woman?
The Gray's kid. Beau Gray.
I think it's Bull. Yeah, but
yeah.
God damn it.
But he's paying Arthur because Penelope Braithwaite, who he loves, is at the suffragettes rally. So he wants Arthur to be there so that nothing happens. So he just agrees to drive, so he's there. So he's not teaming up with them. In fact, there's another suffragette in Saint-Denis that Arthur can insult. So he's not teaming up with.
He does not give a shit. He's just like, if you want to vote, be stupid just like everybody else. Go for it.
Yeah, he goes. Yeah, I don't care about voting. I've never voted in my entire life. I don't care. I'm an outlaw.
Yeah, that's just in the background. That's not the focus. It's just to give to display the historical events that took place in that time period, right?
Sorry, I got kicked from the Discord. What was that?
I was just saying it's just mostly in the background, it's just setting for like the historical events that took place there, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Like that would be a thing.
So yeah, the suffragette movement existed at that point, so let's just use it for a mission,
for a funny scene.
So
a base scene,
a funny scene, by
the way.
Yeah,
called Founding Fathers, not Founding Mothers, you silly old goat.
Do something, Arthur. I would, but they'd eat me alive. Well, trying to get in the way of these? No. Hey, Beau, do you want to stick around? I've got so into this voting thing. I might stay for the rally. But yeah, so he's wrong about this. Arthur's not left wing in any fucking shape.
Arthur Morgan's a feminist, I guess.
Arthur Morgan couldn't give a shit.
Bro,
he likes his friends.
He does not care.
Yeah, he likes his friends, and then that's it. And I think at best he likes Albert Mason and people who are I don't know. There's certain things that he likes about people. He likes to drive about people, and people don't mess him around. So, hey-ho.
Oh, but when Arthur kisses that guy, just so he could hide his cover, I guess Arthur's gay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and he goes, never do that again.
Oh, so now he's homophobic. Oh, no.
Mm-hmm. Chad face.
I would have decked that guy, but it wouldn't let me.
Chateauneuf or something. That French artist. He's fucking hilarious. I love him. He's great.
Oh, he's great. Yeah.
Yeah. They kicked me out of the bar. Why did they do that? All I did was take a shit on their bar. You took a shit on their bar? Yeah, I needed a shit. I didn't have anywhere else to go. They had a bar. I did it there. Well, that could get you kicked out of a bar.
All right, let's keep going.
And around while they chant and stuff and helps them out, right? Arthur Morgan tries to better himself and understand like American racism with characters like Lenny, who talk about their experience in America during this period of time, which is awful. You have a character, Charles, who's half native and half black, and he talks about how problematic that has been for him in his life. You have a whole arc set in old like Louisiana plantations where you have the legacy of the Confederacy and like Jim Crow and slavery. You even have a town roads where it has like Confederate veterans and monuments
Jim
and
Crow
stuff, and showing how back.
Yeah, just a big thing about that. Yeah, Jim Crow was done by the Democrats, and it was the Republicans that were all anti-slavery. That's kind of awkward, isn't it? Very, very strange that when you actually look at history, figure out.
It takes 5 minutes, but Kavernacle doesn't have 5 minutes.
Yeah,
it's gotta get the next video out.
Yeah, it takes 5 minutes to figure that out. So, yeah, so Republicans
sold.
Yeah, so all those states that had the Jim Crow with the Democrats. Yeah. Anyway, so you're wrong about that, but carry on. You're a history grad, history graduate, history very, very clearly.
Metal Gear.
I still don't know. I still don't know what time period he's got his history degree in, because every time he tries to talk history in whatever time period, he gets it so badly wrong. Also, Red Dead is not a historically accurate game.
No, especially the map. It's because the map doesn't really make any sense, does it? It's not really based off of what America looks like, right? Or, I mean, the geography of it, right?
Yeah, it's like an amalgamation of different things, but also the fact that you've got a guy who makes an electric chair in 1899. You've got a guy who makes a robot in 1899. You've got all this weird stuff.
Guarma, I don't know.
There's UFOs in the game. If you go to certain places, you can see UFOs.
There's time travel. There's giants.
There's time travel, giants. There's like whale bones in the deserts and stuff. There's
magic, I guess. What is he on about?
There's a witch's cauldron where if you drink from it, you pass out, wake up like miles away with all your stuff like.
Oh yeah, I just found that last month. That was crazy.
Yeah, it's weird. So I don't know what he's on about.
Just fucking dipshits about Jim Crow.
Yeah. Anyway.
Place still, even decades after the Civil War. So this game isn't like dabbing on the left and showing how bad leftism is. I don't think you can really get that message. And then the big one, of course, is it's talking about Native American rights and how badly the natives have continually been treated by the American government and American corporations. So Arthur and Dutch both team up with the natives to help them out.
No, they don't. No, they don't. Dutch uses them as cannon fodder to keep the American government off his back. He does not care about the natives. Arthur doesn't want people to die at this point in the game, so tries to tell Dutch to stop. It doesn't work, and Dutch gets people killed. That is not teaming up to help the natives.
Sorry, I got cut out. What did he say? What stupid thing did he say?
He says that Dutch and Arthur team up to help the natives against the American government.
No, I don't think even Arthur wanted to join with them.
No,
because he knew Dutch was gonna take advantage of them.
Mm-hmm. The reason why Arthur gets involved is because Rainfalls asks him, and Arthur's like, "Yeah, I'll do my best so that none of your people die."
Yeah,
but that's if you're playing as high on it. If you play as low on it, you can just ignore him.
Yeah, you should be like, I don't give a fuck.
I don't care. But Dutch is not doing this out of the goodness of his heart.
I think even Micah instigated that he should go through with it because it would provide a distraction from them, and they could rob the train or whatever.
Yeah, so people are saying in like the Smudcast discussion on Discord, like Kavernacle's talking about as if Dutch is a good guy. Yeah, I think I believe Kavernacle sees Dutch as a good guy, even though he's quite clearly
Which is really interesting, given what he does to the Indians in the next game, or I guess the previous game. But
it's just
all right.
I don't know.
Yeah,
we're almost done.
Sorry, I'm dribbling on.
I know.
2 minutes.
Just love Red Dead.
Again, guys are problematic characters, but I feel like the game goes out to show that, like, yeah, these guys are crooks and robbers, but they're not necessarily bad people in this world that is fundamentally bad. They're just living, I guess, free. But
bad people in a world that is fundamentally bad. They're still bad.
What part of the world is fundamentally bad? The Wild West?
I guess. Even though there's people that are just living their life and just.
What a strange. What? Everyone in the Wild West is bad. Like, what? The criminals are just worse? Like, what?
Yeah, no, but. Yeah, it's like everyone is bad, so that means that Dutch and Arthur are allowed to be bad then. No. What? No.
I don't even know what he's trying to say. Everyone in America before industrialization was bad. No. Yeah,
but his argument is everyone was bad, so that means that it's okay to act bad. No.
This just tells me he plays as low honor, like he just does not give a fuck.
I'm questioning whether he even played the game. Okay.
I don't think so. Yeah, he's grabbing cutscenes from other videos that I've recognized, and just putting it in his shitty video.
Yeah.
Let's continue. This is a silly thing to say.
But what Morgan does himself is redeem himself for being a good person, through helping other people, not through being selfish, not through being a parasite. This game is not about freedom from the government. It's, in my mind, again, it's more of a criticism of things like Manifest Destiny than anything to do with actual government. Of course, if you want to read into that a bit more, you could say, well, these corporations...
The Manifest...
I thought Manifest Destiny is from government.
It's a governmental view of what it means to be whatever, a American, a sovereign state. I believe it is my right to do X, Y, Z. And here we have the government saying, no, we don't like the outlaws anymore. We're going to eliminate you. So how is it a criticism of that when they're actively trying to stop you?
I don't know. He really seems to stick to this point.
It's a strange thing to talk about. That's such a weird, specific thing, which we do see in Bioshock Infinite. That's part of the philosophy. But the Wild West?
This is all the thing is the government just doesn't want these massive outlaw gangs robbing in excess of like modern day millions.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've killed their own agents.
It's a strange
take.
They've
it's a take of a man who I don't think played the game.
Well, it's possible he
or
did.
If he did,
and just skewed it so far in his own mind that he's just saying stuff he likes. That it's about redemption. Yeah, you don't have to play as a good guy.
Yeah,
it's an open world.
It tells me he plays as a bad honor. It's insane.
Yeah, you don't have to get redemption. There's the possibility of redemption, but it's also you could also say the redemption's John Marston's, who you play as in the epilogue, where he builds a home and a house and everything, and he gets the happy ending for now that he deserves from redeeming himself in the eyes of his family and the world. So
sure, but
you can possibly say that. What I'm saying is you can take that as well from the story.
I think it only works if you choose to save him at the last moment. If you're just going after the money, it's kind of a far.
Oh no, I'm talking about John Marston here with Hibbs, because
that he achieved redemption.
Yeah, at the end of the epilogue, before he goes and fights Micah, because he gets what he gets. Like, he becomes a better person. He redeems himself in front of his family. He's proven that he's not, the bad guy. that they thought he was.
Sure.
He's proven that he's willing to change. But you can take that. It's the exact same way you can take the low honour of Arthur. Just because Arthur did one good thing in low honour means he's redeemed in Kavernacle's eyes. So it's a bit. You can
That's
easily
strange.
say. Considering from a man who is like who.
Well, he probably loves Last of Us Part 2.
Oh yeah.
So they do one thing right. That's a hero.
Yeah. But this is just a weird take.
It's like
the criticism of the left wing is Dutch is the left wing. There is no private property. It's you don't want, you live under this cult like behavior. Everyone's treated equally in the gang, but some are treated more equally than others. Everyone does their fair share, but some actually don't do their fair share. Do you know what I mean? It's
like fucking Micah doesn't do shit.
Yeah. Thanks for that bat wing for 25 cents, Micah. Cheers, well done.
Lenny challenges his ideas about what's that book that he always reads?
Evelyn
Miller, right?
Yeah.
He challenges
but that's the thing.
Views on that, and he gets kind of upset about it.
Mm-hmm.
Shows no respect to his woman.
Molly. Yeah, then she gets shot.
Oh yeah, because they go off on no facts. They just assume. It's like, okay.
Yeah, they just assume.
Blast away.
Mm-hmm.
It turns out with Micah.
That's the criticism. So you've not noticed that because you're just blinded by other things, Kavernacle. It's fucking hilarious.
I don't
anyway,
know.
we're nearly finished.
So weird.
We've nearly finished. We've nearly finished this fucking shit video. And we never have to talk about him ever again.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah. you say that, but yeah.
Corporation spread across America is obviously due to the government itself. But when you have a place like Rhodes, for example, in Red Dead, that is a little town with a tiny little sheriff's department, but they have no power over the warring plantation families. So that is in essence a small government, but these giant capitalist plantation owners have way more influence over them. Now,
but one of them, the sheriff, is a member of the Gray's family.
Yeah.
The Greys have power because one of the sons is the sheriff.
Mm-hmm.
And they've been warring since before the Civil War between each other.
Yeah. Just go.
Wow.
Now,
also, they're not capitalists anymore because they are still capitalists, but they're not big capitalists because they're both on their last legs with stuff after what happened with the Civil War, so they have to find different ways of doing stuff. You find this out in the game. Neither family is as rich as they make out.
When they talk to the old lady or whatever.
Yeah, Catherine Braithwaite, but it's like none of them are really as as rich as they make out to be. It's just that they're the big families and people are frightened of them and stuff. So, and they're not a corporation, so. Anyway.
Do they have to try and make stuff that is so explicitly not pro-conservative? Why do they try and make everything like part of their messaging? You can definitely like stuff that.
I don't know. Why do you do the same thing?
It's totally fine.
Yeah, I was just about to say, you do the exact same thing.
He just did it right now with 2 games.
Yeah. The fuck is wrong with you?
Man. Take a good look in the fucking mirror, man.
Take a look at me now. There's just an empty space.
That is fascinating. No self-awareness.
No, there's nothing.
Alright, let's go.
Yeah.
Start dissecting something and trying to reframe it as something it's not. Whether that be Metal Gear Solid, whether that be Red Dead Redemption.
Oh no! Comrade, did you know Metal Gear Solid is Russian manifesto? Kojima is God. Kojima is God.
Oh God! Imagine taking something apart and putting it back together with something it doesn't mean to be, like Metal Gear Solid. Yeah, like you do. I just. Oh no! Oh, time out. Game over, man. Game over. It's just. You can't be serious. This guy's got no self-awareness. He's just. If he says anything about Metal Gear Solid, I'm out for the count.
Let's wrap it. Yeah, it is done. Let's get to the memes.
Let's just finish.
Whether that be something like Blade Runner 2049, which loads of weird conservatives like, and act like this message of the film, especially the later one, is not about climate change and stuff like that.
What are you on about? What are you on?
Oh wait, stop. Who here has watched the second Blade Runner movie?
No, I never got round to it because I wasn't interested.
Once.
But the first one's not about climate change.
No. Is the second movie about climate change?
I don't think so.
Let me just search that. That doesn't sound right.
But he said Red Dead Redemption 2 was about climate change as well, so...
There's some environmental damage and shit, like, radiation levels and shit like that, but for obvious reasons. It has nothing to do with climate change, what the fuck?
Oh my god,
They abandoned Las Vegas for some reason.
Yeah, did he abandon Las Vegas? But it did. It's about replicants and what it means to be human, and there's loads of.
It's a world of mega corporations. That's just bound to be shit happening, like we have in our world.
Oh my god!
And it was also about a guy's Alexa trying to bang him.
Okay. It is implied.
Oh my god! I'm sorry.
It is implied that there's the industrialization that causes pollution, which has greatly affected the planet in global warming or global dimming or whatever the frickin' hell's in the stories. I don't even know. But the story isn't about that.
Acid rain shit, but really, it's that's not the same. That's not climate change. It's just environmental damage.
Yeah, if you read the original book, it was about nuclear war that came and what came after that. So there wasn't too much animals alive after the fact. There's all the radioactive fallout.
No one's read the book, Smod. And I know Kavernacle's not read the book, so in the movie, what is it all about?
Kavernacle's not read anything.
I'm just like, this is what science fiction authors and fantasy authors do all the time. They have a little element, but it's not the whole frickin' story. Mm-hmm. It's not the theme of the story is not climate change.
He said that Red Dead 2. Yeah, but he said Red Dead 2 is about climate change.
It's just part of the setting. It's the background of the world. It gives it a certain atmosphere. That's all. The story has absolutely nothing to do with that.
Yeah, this is. Oh,
I can't see the forest for the trees.
Bill Williamson's got more brains than him.
Thomas Down in Chapter 3's got more brains than him.
All right, we got a minute and 2 minutes. 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. We're good. Yeah, I can count. I'm good.
Less than about a minute.
Doesn't have text. I think often conservatives, what they do with stuff like that is read it at such a surface level that it becomes very malleable to what they want it to be.
No. That's what you do. You read such a deep level and you project so far down into your own abyss that anything is whatever you say it is.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Conservatives are too
last
surface.
2 minutes, man.
Conservatives are too surface, and we are obviously the right guys to critique things. We go very deep and make our own shit up. That's great. Fantastic.
Dead's case. Well, here's a camp of people. They're fleeing across the country, trying to stay, out of the law's hands and everything like that. So that must mean pro-libertarian message and small government. But when you dig deeper, you could maybe read into it like a tiny bit like that. But that really isn't one of the prominent themes. But it's very strange that they made a series about...
Well, what's the prominent theme then?
Progressivism ruins games. By trying to use 2 games that are pretty apparently progressive, especially compared to this more hard right ideology these two believe in. And a final note, it was funny, someone in the live...
Hard right?
Wait, hold on. This hard right? What?
Hard?
You couldn't define it. For socialists, there is no normal right wing. There's only the extreme right wing. Hard right or whatever. There's no normal right wing. That doesn't exist for them. That's a gap.
Yeah, but here's the thing. So in your video, you've made no arguments about Bioshock, and you've lied about Red Dead too, because you don't understand anything about it. So,
or played it.
Well, yeah, I don't. Your entire video has been poor. Really poor. I mean, poorer than your other ones, because this one's just been downright embarrassingly bad. You're quite clearly an idiot. Clearly a fucking idiot. As in, like, fucking the sperm that came second is probably smarter than you. There's no structure. He just laughs nervously, moves on to another thing. Like this. He's gone, the hard right. Anyway, onto something else. Because you haven't got an argument for it. You just thrown an insult out there. You've got no substance, no style, no class, no charisma, no wit. You're nothing. You're a nothing and a nobody, Kavernacle. You are just the snotty sleeve of a 10-year-old. That's what you are. You are absolutely worthless to anybody. And one quick rinse in the washing machine and everyone will forget about you.
Yeah, thank you. The guy that's always asking where's Gavin, he's more intelligent than this idiot.
Yeah. Exactly.
Where's Gavin?
Gavin!
Gavin!
But this thing, he's so unaware. He blows my mind with like his wrongness and his idiot. He's just idiotic.
How is this man still playing games?
Like, I don't think he is playing money. Games. How does he's doing any? I rather wonder what he is doing with his days in the first place. What is he doing? He's not playing the games he's talking about. He's not read anything he's talking about.
He's not watching the media he's on about.
What is he doing all day?
He doesn't look for history. He doesn't learn how to better make his videos. Maybe put a little bit more style, like Hawk was saying. He doesn't like. When he edits his videos, it seems like he just puts the shit together and just rolls with it. He doesn't look at it, and he's like, oh, maybe this kind of makes me look a little bit stupid.
I think he does one take and then just cuts it up when he makes a sneeze or he screws up a sentence.
Yeah. Which is like,
I'd be embarrassed if I would be making stuff like this.
All right.
I mean, that's why I don't.
Yeah, let's just finish.
I don't put up any stuff because I don't want it to end up like this.
You got 26 seconds. Let's finish this.
Let's just finish this off.
Stream chat. Would you rather live in the USSR or Rapture? And they didn't answer it, and I'm really disappointed because I would have been really interested to see what the answer would be. I'd assume they'd probably rather live in Rapture, to be honest.
No! Oh, sorry. I meant to press pause. It doesn't matter.
Oh, God. We gotta watch the whole video again.
We had 26 seconds. It doesn't matter. All I'm going to say is, would you rather live in Rapture or the USSR? Yes, the USSR. That's not an argument. Rapture is a hellhole. What the fuck? Of course they'd actually say the USSR. Because at least you can escape the USSR at some point, maybe. With Rapture, there is no escape.
Plus, it's a live stream. You can't answer every fucking question that you're throwing out there. Like,
also, you probably
it's not like they deliberately ignored it.
Yeah, but hold on. You probably would have heard him answer it if you'd watched more than 3 hours of it.
Yeah.
But you left.
Apparently, he just hit fast forward or whatever, and then was just looking for whatever triggers him, I guess.
Anyway, let's call this a night, guys. This has been going on for way too long. We got some super chats, and I don't know if we have stream memes. I wouldn't be surprised if we do.
We've got a lot of.
Okay, let's
get
going. Vladimir Dragunov. Yeah. He sounds like one of the NPCs they put in Red Dead Redemption 2 to parody his talking points.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. He does as well. He sounds like the guy in Saint-Denis who's handing out leaflets of the Chelonians.
The Chelonians?
Chelonia, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they worship a giant turtle and want to jump off a cliff.
Oh.
But you have to give them loads and loads of money.
Yeah, I'm just hoping he gets to the jumping off the cliff point.
Here's Mike Testa. Caver. It's about nature capitalism corporation. I don't know what he was getting at there. Gaia Rai, he missed the point by such a huge margin. He's on a different planet. You could have said it's about robot uprisings because of that one side mission. Yeah. You do one thing, therefore the story's about women's suffrage. You're like, no, it's not. It's just one thing in the story. Okay. Mike Test again. Caver is about as smart as a hawk's sock puppetry. Okay. I don't know what that means.
All right.
Vladimir Dragunov. Lenny! I don't know who that's.
Lenny!
Oh, yeah, Lenny! One of the greatest.
Lenny, my boy.
Lenny, my boy.
I found you, Lenny.
I found you, Lenny.
Lenny, you
get drunk
bastard.
in the bar with Lenny. It's great. It's amazing.
Here's Mike.
Oh, yeah, when it looks like with Lenny. That's funny.
Lenny has sex with Lenny.
That was horrifying.
Or when it looks like it's going to be a fight, but it turns into a can.
Oh, yeah.
That was great.
Oh, Smudge, you're missing out. You're gonna have to get Red Dead 2, man. You're gonna have to get.
Does it have ray tracing?
Smudge, you've never played Red Dead?
I haven't gotten around to it, guys.
Oh.
I'm looking for games that have ray tracing just because I want to test out my driver, but we'll get there. Anyway,
that's cool.
I don't know.
Mike Testa. Game theory Red Dead Redemption 2 is about climate change capitalists. Thank you, Mike, for always making it hard to pronounce words.
Well done, Mike.
Mike again. Caver theory. Smudcast is about Rut Wanger's love. I was about to say Rutgerd Howard, but Rut Wanger's love? What the?
Has Mike Testa been drinking?
No.
He's
seen Lenny?
Drunk.
I did have a Scottish ale this afternoon. It was 7%, but I don't think it knocked me out that much. I've had a lot more, and I've been fine, so that's good. Taker 610. Making the Little Mermaid a redhead again would be redhead redemption? Splud, please tell me Trudeau has let your people go. No, he's spending billions of dollars to do some shit about the virus. I have no idea. It's every month he spends billions of dollars. Who knows? Joe Crazy. Snake, Colonel, I'm currently reading Kay's diary. Oh, my God. Should have done that in the snake voice, but Anyway, I can't talk. Mike Testa, last one. Conservatives are surface level while he is deep in the ground ice fishes with his head and arms in the deadly freezing waters like a dunce. Wow. What a crazy image.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh boy. Yeah, that whole comment about conservatives are surface level. It's like maybe there isn't that much to it, or maybe you're just reading too far into it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
He jumped the shark with his idea of Red Dead. I was like, okay, man, you clearly. Wow.
I wonder what he thinks about the fishing in the game.
All right.
Oh,
Let's see if we got some stream memes going.
Yes, memes.
All right. So, yes, here we go. We got some sort of Ricky A. Scott Pilgrim's The World Ruined a Whole Generation of Women. Let's not watch that.
Yeah, let's not watch
Eric
that.
Wright. Well, I tried. I'm doing it on a phone. Let's see what he's got. Oh my god. Okay, holy Jesus. Well, Eric, what the hell?
I got tired too because I was just trying to put it all together and it was just not working out.
There is loud music associated with that. You guys didn't hear it, but holy crap. That woke me up.
It's great. I love it.
Okay, finally some pictures. Here's dead Ericos. Ericos? Here we go. Halo is fascist. Some retard. And there's literally a box of Halo in black and white with a giant. Is that a what kind of hat is that again? Is that a Air Force hat? I don't know. German Air Force.
Yeah, that looks actually like a RAF hat.
Okay. All right. Here's. Oh no! Penetration.
Okay.
Well.
I love penetration.
Oh no!
Oh my god! The next one. The next one.
When you receive a notification from Smudcast 296 and you see they cover the Kavernacle Abby Shapiro on Bioshock and Red Dead Redemption 2 video, that's her.
Yeah, that's her. Yeah.
That's her Ahigo face.
Oh boy! Is that natural or?
I mean, yes.
She's a natural.
Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna save that.
No.
Oh my!
Oh, I just found that one. Oh no, not that one.
Oh, this is the thumbnail. This is a thumbnail. That is. I mean, obviously, is the thumbnail.
That's perfect. I love it. This is great.
That's amazing.
I don't care what you think. That's Vosh.
Okay.
Yeah, boy.
And now we're back. When you see Red Dead Redemption 2 horse balls getting bigger. Oh no. Same meme.
Easy, girl.
Abby
Easy.
Shapiro. Oh dear, what is going on here?
That is Homer. That is a reference to when Homer takes the gummy bear Milos of Venus.
Oh, I thought he was eating donuts.
Venus of Milo.
Oh.
I'd eat Abby Shapiro.
Oh.
Oh, eat out. Sorry, I missed the word there.
Here, this tiny Jew is full of rage. Socialism would destroy the country. His face is super small. Oh, why is that silly? That's so silly. What is Hawk? Oh, I get it. This is the meme with the cartoon. And here
That's
it's
pretty
Hawk.
good.
He's got a
Think,
face.
Kavernacle. Think.
Kavernacle's face on a dummy. It's great. I like that. And why is he on like is that a Star Wars ship? I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, it's a Star Wars.
Yeah.
All right.
He's an idiot. He's a fucking idiot.
Oh no.
It's a reference to the shiny meme.
Yeah.
Oh no. I like how they've used my new avatar picture just for that one. But
It fits very well.
The same meme, just with text on the screen. We get it. That's cool.
Think, Kavernacle, think. Don't be an idiot for 1 second. For 1 second.
So here is the old meme we saw before. We got Bears as Washington, and we got who is that again?
Botan.
Botan.
That's Botan's. Okay, I know it's her art. I just didn't know it was her.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Based.
Anyone know why Bears hasn't posted any stream memes? What? I never said that. What are you talking about? Of course, that was Bears.
Oh yeah, Bears has been at the gym though. That's
I know.
The reason. He's actually been at the gym while we've been streaming.
This may in fact be Bears
Like a
at
Chad.
the gym. I don't know, but I've never seen him at the gym. That's a lot of weight though. That's too much weight. Kavernacle, conservatives don't care about the environment. Eco-fascists, we speak for the trees. Yeah, with guns.
Yeah.
AK-47.
Perfect.
We will
What?
protect the trees.
Environmental
It's not
friendly.
wrong. Eco-fascists are a thing. The Nazis were eco-fascists.
You don't care
Not during
about
the
the
war.
environment and the and no, it's environment.
Yeah. You don't care about my environment.
When the pedophiles in government create climate change taxes so they have more money for child slaves, shut up and take someone else's money.
Take someone else's money.
That's a really good one.
I like it.
That's nice.
Arthur Morgan isn't selfish, but he starts off as a selfish criminal.
This guy is such a...
Yeah, he's seeking redemption
flat brain.
for not being selfish or something. I don't know.
That's a good point. Why is he going for redemption if he's not an asshole?
This is great. Is this climate change?
I wonder, is he low on thyroid?
Oh, is that
That's the man.
That's the I get Bears, that's great. There's so many layers to that meme. Oh dear.
I just spoke his name before. That's Rutger Hauer.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oh, I'm definitely using
Future meme usage, if you guys... Oh my god. Yeah, well.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
Is this about climate change? Blade Runner. No, Kavernacle,
And the last
no.
one's just him having a go at Ken.
Think for a second.
I love that last one. That last meme's just fucking hilarious.
What, this one? Is this climate change?
No, the next one down that Bears has just made is just so random because it's true.
Oh, the next
Have you
one.
seen that? Does it not come up for other people? Ken, I literally just said that. Because they both made the same meme. And Bears is like, I've literally just... It's just...
All right.
Ken is just a bald head. Oh, man.
All right, folks.
All right,
Oh.
I really need some sleep.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for tuning in. Tomorrow we're doing our tradition of watching you know who.
Oh god.
Some people want to do it, some people hate it, some people can't wait to do it. So I will
Can you not hate it?
I will well no, I'm used to it by now. I can confer with Lord Commander Dunn. He'll give us an option and we'll see how far the rabbit hole goes, how long it'll take, whether we can do it, whether it'll take 2 days.
Oh.
But tomorrow is
the
Maggie May
Maggie
Fish
video?
Day, so we will see you.
God.
Get some sleep.
Those,
You're going to need it. And keep well lubricated, folks. So anyway, talk to you tomorrow. Have a great morning, evening, noon, wherever you are. Bye-bye now.